Alrighty. Welcome in everybody to the first episode of Warhammer 40k Rogue Trader. I'm starting a little bit late. There was a bit of noise outside of my house this morning. And unfortunately, I don't know the schedule of my neighbors, so I wasn't able to account for the noise in my schedule. But we are getting started as soon as we possibly can. Welcome into Mandy. Welcome in. I'm getting started as soon as possible, which is right now, 20 minutes later than I originally intended. However, I think we are right about on time, or something. I don't know. Anyways, we're getting started today. Taku, what is this? Excellent question, Mandy-chan. This is a game set in the Warhammer universe. It is somewhere between XCOM and Baldur's Gate. Probably the best way to put it. I think it most resembles Wasteland 3, which was one of my one game that I very much enjoyed about 2 years before I started streaming. So the reason we're playing this, I am getting more and more into the Warhammer 40k universe, and I am excited to continue my adventure into it. Whether or not this stays on the channel is unknown at this point. However, I am going to give it a shot, and it is going to be today's game. So, here we go. And here I am. Okay. I forgot to check the audio level. That should be fine. Yeah, okay, that's good. Alrighty, so I don't have any DLC. The DLC is not currently reviewed very well, so I haven't given it a shot just yet. Should that change, I will probably get it, but right now I only have the base game. And welcome into Snipey and Spat. Welcome in. Hey Taku, that was fun on Repo. It was. Thank you for joining us, Snipey. Good to have you. And welcome into Spat. How's it going? Snipey, Spat, Mandy, how are you all? Welcome into Rogue Trader. Oh, this is a separate... Oh, fully integrated. I don't know if it's worth it. We'll just do main story. It'll be fine. There we go. Spat says, good, how are you? Doing well. I am going to be playing Rogue Trader for the first time today. So pretty excited about that. But I'm doing okay. I didn't sleep super well last night. I had another one of those nights where the fan makes my mouth all dry. So whenever I get really dehydrated when I'm sleeping, I get kind of delusional. And it's harder to distinguish between reality and dream if I'm too dehydrated. So I find that my dreams, normally my dreams are like kind of like watching a movie. But when I get really dehydrated, I'm more like living the dream. So if there's something that I need to do in the dream, I kind of think that I wake up thinking that there's something I need to handle. So it's kind of stressful. But yeah, Snipey says, I'm good, still sad I got killed by the bomber. That's okay. It's okay. Repo is pure chaos, so I died so many times. Mandy says, I'm pretty good, still trying to wake up though. So true. I'm still trying to wake up myself. I had breakfast today, rice, eggs, and bacon, and I have a little bit of Thai tea here, hopefully to wake me up a little bit. But we shall see. I'm not fully awake myself. If I wasn't streaming, I'd probably be back in bed, but that would be a terrible idea. If I went back to sleep, I'm not sleeping tonight, so... Anywho, but Spat says, okay, wait, that is true. Me Taku dying on repo handshake. Yes, so true. But no. Have 14 copies. Insane. I woke up this morning and what did I dream about last night? I had a dream about okay, this is gonna be hard to explain. Hold on, I'll catch up with chats in a moment. I had a dream that... So there's this restaurant that I like to go to, and I'm interested in the woman that works behind the pickup counter in real life. And I had a dream this morning that... What was it? She was trapped in a... She was trapped in... What do you call those? In like Japan, they have like the hostess clubs or something. Anyway, she was trapped in like a hostess club. And I was trying to book her slot so that I could find a way to get her out or something like that. So I woke up this morning incredibly dehydrated, and I thought to myself, like, no, I need to get her out. She's not out yet. I need to get her out. I need to go back to sleep. Which doesn't really make sense. So I had a really stressful morning. But after I like got out of bed, it was fine. But it was tough. Anyway, Spat says, I like the Taku Tetra thing at the bottom left. Can thank Azur for that one. Azur had made a channel logo for us. I had requested a channel logo because I feel like when it comes to clips and just generally, if you see my content without really any context, it's hard to tell whose channel it is. I mean, obviously, if you load it on YouTube and Twitch, it'll tell you, but if my video appears anywhere else, no clue who it is. So I'm hoping that that logo helps to make the channel a little more identifiable. But yeah, it's very cool. Mandy says, I don't think you died as much as us, Snipey. So true. I don't know, I died all the time. Honestly, I kind of gave up on trying to live at some point. I was just kind of like, you know, if I get taken out by the monster, that's what it is. It is what it is. And the Azure logo, haven't seen it yet. Yeah, it's been up since Wednesday, I think. I had it up at the end of Wednesday, and Friday it was up, and now we're on Saturday. But yeah, very official, very nice. And Bluxy wasn't there for repo, no. Unfortunately not. But I did talk to Bluxy a few days ago about the new Elden Ring Night Rain DLC. So, Bluxy seems to be enjoying that. Me and Blue go crazy bonkers mode in repo. Did you guys play repo together already? I didn't know that. I didn't know. Oh, and we were visited by Wiffle Waffle yesterday. At the very end. And yes, when it came out, oh, nice. And Bluxy had to work till like 2 a.m. Bluxy has a crazy work schedule, I must say. It's just... Yeah, he worked crazy. See? Jinx. He does work crazy hours. I agree. But hopefully we'll see him today or sometime. Spat says, I was playing with some other friends and saw he had it, so I hollered. Nice. Yeah, it's been a while since I've played something along the lines of Lethal Company with friends, so it was a nice change of pace. Anywho, here's the deal today. Take up the mantle of a rogue trader, the scion of an ancient dynasty of daring privateers that reign over their trade protectorate and explore the fringes of the known galaxy. Darkness looms over the bloodline of von Valancius as it faces multiple threats from within its own ranks and without, as countless enemies seek to destroy the most daring and brave agents of humanity. It is up to you to hold the reins of the shattered protectorate and forge a new path for the von Valancius dynasty, currently finding itself in a vortex of wars, intrigues, calamities, and heresy. The stakes are high and rise even higher as you cross paths with terrifyingly powerful and ambitious adversaries in the darkness of the Cronus Expanse. Here we go. Spat says, fun time, I'm always scared to mix friends, but it went really smooth. Nice. Very nice. Yeah, Luxie's always fun to play with. Always, always. Always, always. Wait. Nope, nope, we're doing normal. Okay, Grim Darkness mode sounds like fun, but I might have to do that on a separate playthrough. Because if I lose, it says here, if your party or void ship is defeated in battle, your Grim Darkness journey ends there. And you can continue in custom, but I think I'll just do normal. We'll be fine. Alrighty. Off we go. Oh. Never mind. Maybe not. Create your very own rogue trader from scratch. The possibilities are endless when it comes to customizing your character, choosing your homeworld, gender, background, and more. You can also choose from a wide variety of combat, social, and technical skills and abilities which determine how your character interacts with the world and what kind of challenges they are capable of overcoming. Finally, you can choose your character's archetype. Each archetype path offers its own unique set of opportunities and challenges, so choose wisely. With all of these customization options at your fingertips, you can create a truly one-of-a-kind rogue trader and embark on an adventure unlike any other in the world of Warhammer 40k. Sure. Sure. Oh, custom portrait? What? Now the real question is, what do I want? You know, let's figure out the portrait later. Now generally, I'm the kind of guy... Oh. 6 is cool. In games, I tend to be more of a... Sorry, in non-strategy games, I tend to be more of a sword and shield kind of guy. But in strategy games, I much prefer mage. It generally gives me more gameplay options. So, I'll try to make my own avatar here. Is that close to my haircut? Let's see. I definitely feel like Bluxy can assimilate into pretty much any group. So true. He's got that dog in him. Friendly and gets along with everyone. So true. So true. It went more than smooth though. I mean, not only did everyone get along well, but they went along great, like they actually matched personalities well. Ah. Very nice. Very nice indeed. Oh, now this haircut's pretty cool. It's not really my avatar's haircut. But that, I like this haircut. That's really cool. So we'll go with that. Eyebrows. Are these not the same eyebrow? Oh. That should be good. Okay. In classic Warhammer fashion, it wouldn't... I don't think we should be clean-shaven. Nah, clean-shaven. Well, a little bit of stubble never hurt. Okay. Let's see. Oh, 1 of 5? Oh. And battle scars. We could give ourselves the anime nose scar. As for tattoos, this is pretty cool. Yeah, we'll just do one. And the back one. Okay. And we can have some augmentations. But what kind of augmentation? Welcome into Appy. Hold on. Let me just catch up on chats real quick. One of my friends is into horror, Luke's into movies. Wasn't talking half the time, but was smiling behind the mic. Aw, very nice. And damn, you started super early today? Yeah, I'm trying to start at 10, but I'm trying to move my start time up a little bit because I do kind of sit around for a while until stream starts on Saturdays, so I figured I might as well just move the stream time up. It did start at a little weird time today though, because I was going to start at 10, but there was a lot of noise outside, so I had to wait for the noise to stop before I could actually throw the stream on. But here we are, and you made it just in time. Spat says, also Taku, you still haven't created that rift in time and space for streaming so that I can enjoy at any time and participate. Please try and at least get it in motion. Thank you, Spat. I shall. Yeah, Saturdays I think is like the main day, or that works for most people. Oh, that's pretty cool. I did have to, I did put Sunday streams on pause for now. Whether or not I bring them back later, I could, but I have not decided on whether to bring them back yet. It is a little bit harder now because I have church in the mornings on Sunday, which I didn't have before in my schedule. And I guess the I gotta turn the air conditioner on. It's too hot. Can't think. And then I have dinner at night with my uncle and grandma. But that's been the same as it's always been on Sundays. But, which means that Sundays I can't stream for nearly as long as I can on a Saturday. But I haven't even been trying to stream on Sunday for the past like 2 months, so we'll have to figure that one out.
I'll see you destroyed.
Fit for the fond Phalanxius annals.
Let my fury rain down upon thee.
I'll make it happen.
Lance batteries, volley!
That's pretty cool.
Through chaos, I stride.
Death's hand reaches for me.
Perfect. Fire at will! Now that's interesting.
He kind of sounds like, what was that guy's name? Patrick Warburton? The guy that does Joe from Family Guy?
Looks like we have a problem on our hands.
A little bit.
Time to reap the spoils of the battle.
Pragmatic male sounds pretty cool. I'll go with that. As for the portrait... Oof. Okay, well. Okay, I can't do that. Oh. I didn't mean... Okay, well, I don't know. Maybe this guy? Because, I mean, we don't really match any of these portraits, you know what I mean? I think that's the hard part about having all these artists make these portraits, is that they're really cool, but they don't really match what the player character actually looks like. Well, this guy is close enough, I guess. Abby says, don't go to church, pray at home. Yeah. Think about it sometimes. Let's see. Let's pick our home world. On Death Worlds, the plants, beasts, and sometimes even the environment itself take aggressive and destructive forms inimical to human life. Whilst exceptionally difficult to colonize, many Death Worlds possess valuable resources that require an outpost or other human presence upon the planet's surface to harvest. These harsh environments result in some of the hardiest and most resilient populations in the galaxy. Those tested and found wanting die young. Voidborn are humans birthed in the belly of a void vessel or aboard an ancient orbital satellite. Those who have lived their lives on void ships become injured to some extent due to the reality-altering process of warp travel and to living in low or zero gravity environments. In many cases, their features are drawn and their skin pallid. They may even have minor deformities, or a strangeness to their speech, gait, or general appearance that sets them apart from others. A hive world's population is so dense that great swaths of the surface of the world are frequently covered in gargantuan cities bejeweled with towering spires that pierce the atmosphere. Hive worlds are vital to the welfare of the Imperium and are the beating heart of its economy and war machine. They produce munitions for the Emperor's armies in vast manufactories, mine valuable minerals, and refine fuel for the Imperial Navy. Innumerable regiments of the Astra Militarum are raised from their massive populations as well. Forge worlds are the domain of the Adeptus Mechanicus, entire planets ceded to the demands of vast macro industries. Each is a manufacturing supercomplex of unimaginable capacity and power. Over the millennia, different Forge worlds have become especially renowned for their philosophies or ways of war. These are often colored by the technologies they specialize in manufacturing. The bulk of a Forge world's population is utilized as a labor force, whilst the fortunate few may be inducted into the ranks of the Adeptus Mechanicus itself. Hold on, lots of reading. An Imperial world is one of a million planets united by the belief in the immortal God Emperor. Hailing from In a logical societies or grimy feudal populations, the inhabitants of countless worlds offer fealty and devotion to the master of humanity, and the imperial creed espoused by his servants. The designation Imperial World encompasses a vast array of wholly dissimilar worlds that are nevertheless part of the Imperium. Oh! Imperial World characters can select any characteristic, except for weapon skill or ballistic skill, and add a plus 10 bonus. Not bad. Fortress worlds are planets where the entire populace is immersed in warfare. They constantly train for the day that they may be called upon to defend the Imperium, a charge they solemnly uphold. Fortress worlds are established as bulwarks against the enemy. Every citizen is a soldier trained to fight from the moment they can handle a weapon. This is pretty good, actually. Never stop shooting. Each time a Fortress World character kills an enemy, they gain 10 stacks of Never Stop Shooting. At the start of their turn, there is a stack chance that the first attack this round will cost 0 action points. That's pretty good. Now, do I want to pick based on lore, or do I want to pick based on skills? I lean towards Fortress World. This Hive World thing is very Dark Tide. Hive World characters gain Resolve if there are 3 or more creatures, allies, or enemies in a 3-cell radius, and you suffer a -2 penalty to resolve with no creatures. That is a very Dark Tide build. Or skill. But I guess being able to re-roll stuff would be cool too. Okay, I think I lean towards Voidborn and Fortress World. Because it would be nice to re-roll if I screw something up. Sorry, a lot of reading for this game right now. Fortress World, these skills or talents are... I mean, I haven't played the combat in this game yet, but just based on other strategy games I've played, this seems kind of broken in a good way. But Fortress World leans very heavily towards combat. You're gonna suck as a people person, you're gonna suck. But as a combat guy, there's a lot of benefit and a lot of chances for 0 action points to be taken. But on the other hand, Voidborn, not super good with combat, but you do get percentage increases for just damage and the ability to re-roll stuff if you screw it up. So I think I'll lean towards this. I'll lean towards Voidborn, because I think that makes the most sense to me. Welcome into Azray. Just contemplating a midday nap. I hope you enjoy your midday nap. There's going to be a lot of reading, so I'm going to be reading a lot of stuff today. But welcome in. Welcome in, Azray. How are you? How about things? Welcome to the good morning party / the going back to sleep party. You know, I think I'm gonna do Voidborn. This makes the most sense. For my playstyle, it makes the most sense. It would be cool to be from a hive world, but ultimately, I played a game of Darktide this morning. Infuriating, by the way. I play enough Darktide. I don't need to play my strategy game as a Darktide player. I don't want to deal with that, so we're gonna do this. All right, now we can choose our origin. Let's see. Asbury says, "Seen you make 5 million in one shift." Lamau IDK, if I'm gonna take that nap because it's too close to the evening now. That's how I feel. If I took a nap right now, I would probably not sleep tonight. Okay, let me get through this real quick. The Astra Militarum, commonly known as the Imperial Guard, is the primary fighting force of the Imperium and the first line of defense from the myriad threats that endanger the existence of humanity in the 41st millennium. You have served as one of the commanders of an Astra Militarum regiment, commanding thousands and winning battles in the name of the God Emperor. Regimental tactics. Cool. Commissars of the Officio Prefectus are ruthless officers charged with maintaining the morale, discipline, and fighting spirit of their Astra Militarum regiment. You used to be one of these faithful servants of the God Emperor, a living symbol of Imperium authority, regarded with a mix of fear and awe by their subordinates. The Imperium survives and prospers in no small part due to the narrowness of its vision, but a rebellious mind and will such as yours could not be so easily constrained. The dark paths of smugglers and renegades that wind behind the facade of the Imperium's society offer a dangerous refuge for those unwilling to bow to the law. You used to be one of these dangerous yet resourceful individuals. The Ecclesiarchy, known formally as the Adeptus Minnesortum, is a vast institution that oversees the galaxy-spanning religion of the Imperium. The Ecclesiarchy's complex hierarchies of cardinals, missionaries, preachers, and zealous laity ensure the prescribed prayers and invocations are made, all the while instructing the masses to guard against heresy and deviancy. You used to be one of those fiery and charismatic individuals concerned with keeping a close watch on your congregation. The Imperial Navy is responsible for the fleets of void ships that assert the dominance of the Imperium amid the stars and fulfill other duties connected to the void and warp travel. You used to be a Navy officer and a commander of a void ship hardened in numerous battles and famous for resounding victories. The high nobility of the Imperium are an enormously privileged and powerful elite, a breed apart from the common masses they rule. You grew into an adulthood upon a pedestal of affluence and grandeur that towered high above the common masses. You expected their obedience and lived upon the fruits of their toil, surrendered to your family in solemn fealty. Psyker's cool. Psykers are feared and distrusted, but are nonetheless valuable assets to the Imperium. The role of Adeptus Astra Telepathica is to recruit, identify, and classify those found to possess psychic abilities. The most powerful, who somehow survive the rigorous sanctioning rituals, are selected to serve on the battlefield. The mind of a sanctioned psyker is steeled against the manifold dangers risked by wielders of warp powers. You were one of those found worthy to serve humanity and have miraculously survived the perils of the warp. Note, damaging Psyker powers count as weapon attacks, counting towards the normal attack limit per turn, and gaining all the benefits of abilities and talents, increasing the damage of attacks. For example, a soldier using the run and gun ability will be able to use damaging Psyker powers twice per turn, and an operative's analyze enemy's ability affects the damage of damaging Psyker powers. So Psyker powers count as weapons. Bottom line. Of all these things, I mean, to me, Psyker is a really fun class to play in Darktide, and I normally like to do magic-related stuff for strategy games. I find that it just gives me more options. When it comes to strategy games, I feel like anything that uses a sword has like a decent amount of strategy involved. Anything that uses a gun doesn't really have a whole lot. Anything that uses magic tends to have more elemental attacks related to it. And I don't know if that's the case for this game, but I imagine it would be. And I like having as many options as possible in fights, so I think I'll go with Psyker. This character is a Psyker, albeit a quite a weak one. Damn. Sanctioned Psykers have a minus 20% chance to trigger psychic phenomena. Okay. To me, this is cool. Oh yeah, there's a lot of stuff here. Okay, there's a lot of stuff here, but I'm just going to continue on because I'm pretty set in picking Psyker. But yeah, as Ray says, it is nice to have options. I absolutely agree. I mean, I'm sure that these guys have options too, but I don't know. I don't feel like doing that kind of thing. I feel like being a magical individual, and thus I shall be a magical individual. Now let's see. Damn, there's a lot of things to go through, huh? Biomancers specialize in manipulating biological energy and processes with the power of their minds. They are masters of the flesh, learning to shape and influence their own physical forms according to their will, as well as those of their allies and enemies. Diviners seek to discern the hidden past of the galaxy and know the course of events yet to come. These abilities allow diviners to look into the twisting strands of the immaterium in search of the answers they seek, and sometimes even influence the outcome of fate itself. A pyromancer is a master of flame, a psyker who is able to create searing infernos out of thin air. Pyromancy is one of the most spectacular and destructive forms of psychic ability, and those who face a pyromancer in combat are often reduced to naught but a pile of charred bones. Psykers of the Sanctic discipline master their connection to the Golden Throne to support their allies with holy might and stave off demons and heretics. Telepaths use their psychic powers in conjunction with their own minds to delude, control, and destroy the minds of their enemies. This one seems complicated. I feel like fire would be the simplest one. Asbury says, in Skyrim, using magic opens up so many different schools. I freed myself from the shackles of Stealth Archer. See, that's what I mean. Like, Stealth Archer is like, yeah, it's powerful, but ultimately all you have to do is crouch and aim the bow. You know? Whereas with magic, you could, like, fire consistent fire out of your hands, fire bolts out of your hands, summon fire things to go fight for you. Telekinesis. Some games, teleportation. Stuff like that. I find it's a bit more interesting. And heal, yeah. I don't think I want my character to be a healer, though. I could, but I don't think I will. Now this one's a bit of a difficult decision because Pyromancer, obviously this is DPS, but I mean, it's not like fire gives you the most options, you know? The thing that I'm worried about with Biomancer is the bio part. I don't know how often we're gonna fight robots. Well, actually, no, I guess we wouldn't really fight robots, technically. I think I remember reading something about how in Warhammer 40k, during some event, robots became corrupted. So, to prevent corruption of robots, all robots have to have some human component, so like a human brain in like one of these things. So technically, even the robots have some level of bio component. But I don't know too much about 40k lore, but I believe that is the case. So yes, Pyromancer sounds cool, but I want to give myself more options, so I'm not going to pick Pyromancer. Biomancer, I'm considering that one. Diviner seems more non-combat based, I imagine. Oh, I guess you can buff people. Yeah, this is more of a buffs class. Yeah. Oh, but I guess Biomancer's more healer then? Sanctic sounds pretty cool. I'm either between Sanctic and Diviner now. Because it would be nice to buff all of my allies. But yeah, Azri says paralyze and increase armor. Yeah, I guess my worry is that I like to have my player character be able to stand alone and not have to... I don't like when I'm reliant on the skills of an ally. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want an ally to be the only one that can heal, because then that means that if my ally is the only one that can heal, that means I can't heal. Which means that if I get rid of them, now nobody can heal. So then that person gets stuck on my team forever. I would prefer that that kind of useful skill is always with me, since I'm the player character. I don't have to worry about switching people out if I need to do so. So this one does heal, shield, generate weapon, direct damage, and buff attack. So I think ultimately this, to me, Sanctic makes the most sense. This one is more healer, this one is more buffs, this one is pure DPS, this one is more just controlling enemies, and this one seems blended, so I think I'll take this one. I think this makes the most sense for me. Okay. So Triumph. Upon solving the mystery of a powerful psychically active Xeno artifact, you managed to destroy the creation of countless enemies of humanity. You single-handedly saved a pilgrim ship by stopping a warp breach while traveling through the Immaterium. The power of your sorcery crushed a demon of the arch-enemy and drove it back into the warp. I don't see why we need lore on the Xenos, so we can just persuasion +5 is fine. You were accused of being possessed by a warp entity and forced into exile, leaving your soul forever scarred. Your sorcery caused a warp manifestation aboard a void ship, claiming thousands of lives in the end. And an error during the sanctioning process brought you many hours of agony, which nearly cost you your life. We're gonna do -5 to warp lore. I think that'll be okay. Alright. You can only choose one of the first tier archetypes at this moment. Archetypes are development paths that your characters follow. Each archetype encapsulates a unique set of skills, expertise, and represents a specific combat specialization, from the frontline warrior to the indispensable leader preferring to command from the rear. Choose who you want to be in the grim, dark future of Warhammer 40k Rogue Trader. It's too bad that it doesn't really tell you until you like get... Oh, never mind. There we go. You have to click on it. My bad. Okay, so this one's melee, which... Don't get me wrong, I like melee. I don't like melee on the player character because I'm just gonna die over and over again. So I would prefer like a heavy tank ally to take care of that for me. Officers use their willpower and fellowship to improve the combat capabilities of their allies. Core focus on extra turn, single target buffs, rescuing allies, and momentum. This makes the most sense to me, but I'll look at the others first. An operative uses intelligence and perception to find and exploit weaknesses in an enemy's defenses. None can withstand an attack from an operative. Precise single attacks, defense penetration, area debuffs, and consistent firing precision. A soldier is a master of all ranged weapons, quickly able to assume an advantageous position from where they stand, ready to rain fire on the enemy, while well-trained soldiers in a highly diverse range of arms. A soldier is particularly proficient at blasting their targets with a burst fire and aerial weapons. Movement and ranged, cover and dodge, burst area. Nope. Officer it is. Definitely officer. Based on the way I play, officer. Yep. Oof. It's like Fallout New Vegas all over again. Dude, there's so much reading. No! You know, it's weird that weapon skill says competence in all forms of close combat. I would imagine it would be melee skill if they're talking about close combat, you know? Mandy says Baldur's Gate 3 vibes with all the reading. I feel like this is like double the amount of Baldur's Gate 3 reading. I feel like I didn't have to read that much for Baldur's Gate. Oh, ballistic skill is ranged weapon, I see. Okay. It'll get entertaining once we get past this, though. Don't worry. We'll get into the story in a bit. I'm almost done. It's almost been an hour, and we're still in the character creator. Which I guess is the norm for these kinds of games, huh? So if I'm going to make myself... What I want from a main character, okay, is this. For strategy games. Buffs. Backline. And ranged. I want my character to be more of a character that boosts everybody else rather than boosts everybody else, but also doesn't need to rely on everybody else. You know? Because like I was saying, putting necessary skills on allies, to me, is not a good move for these kinds of games. Because if you need to swap out a character, you can't do it if they have a skill that you absolutely need. Better to have that kind of thing on the player character so that you don't have to worry about who you're swapping out. With all that being said, I think that weapon skill, I can't make this any lower. This is melee. It should have been, they should have replaced this with the word melee, but I'm not going to bother with close quarters for the player character. I'd love to have a melee character ally, but not the player character. I'd say it makes the most sense to me to increase ballistic. Well, ballistic. But we do have to buff. So strength doesn't really matter because we're not going to be frontline anyways. Toughness does matter a little bit. Nah. Agility, quickness, reflexes, and poise. High agility allows a character to manipulate delicate explosives with finesse or to keep their footing when crossing treacherous terrain. It improves a character's initiative, dodge chance, and reaction. If a character uses a melee weapon, their dodge reduction is equal to the half of their agility. Intelligence is a measurement of the character's acumen, reason, and knowledge. For each point of an intelligence bonus, characters deal 5% more damage with non-burst ranged area attacks. Also affects the lore for Imperium, Warp, Xenos, Logic, Medicae, and Tech use skills, which I think I'll increase. Perception describes how well a character perceives their surroundings. Characters with high perception can pick out a stray bolt or shell casing in between the day-to-day and morass of an underhive, or even tell when someone is being deceitful. It also affects the awareness skill and reduces enemy dodge chance against the character's attacks. Taking that. Willpower affects the character's ability to withstand the horrors of the warp, the terrors of space, and the dreadful opponents they are bound to encounter with the Coronis expanse. High willpower allows characters to exert control over a crowd or interrogate a heretic. It also increases the chance of resisting negative mental effects and psychic powers. Fellowship represents a character's ability to interact with other creatures to deceive, charm, or befriend them. High Fellowship will help a character find ways to approach a gathering of unsociable servants, or to effortlessly make deals with treacherous merchants. It also affects the persuasion, coercion, and commerce skills. I'm gonna go with this for now. Honestly, oh, never mind. I was gonna lower toughness, but to me, intelligence and perception are super important to me. Willpower is also very important because we're a psyker. I wouldn't care too much if we weren't a psyker, but we are, so. Which means that we're not very good at fellowship, but it's not too bad. Okay. Sword Class Frigate. The Sword Class Frigate is a classic void ship design proven in thousands of battles, combining decent firepower, high speed, and respectable survivability. Estimated dimensions 1.6 kilometers in length. No clue what that is. 0.3 kilometers, a beam at the fins approximately. Estimate tonnage 6 megatons, and estimated number of souls 26,000. Insane. The Von Valancius flagship is the mightiest void ship belonging to the Von Valancius dynasty. Every system aboard this frigate has been tried and tested in innumerable engagements. Its weapons and turrets deliver hard-hitting volleys with pinpoint accuracy. Its plasma drives are rugged yet reliable in extreme conditions. The flagship size and maneuverability are perfect for pursuing smaller, faster raiders and for hunting the countless pirates, Xenos, and heretics in the Coronis expanse. Numerous Von Valencius rogue traders have acknowledged the exceptional performance of this vessel, and with a few minor updates, the flagship has continued to faithfully serve the Von Valencius dynasty. Now, Patient Fortune is not going to be our name. I don't know what to name the frigate. No. Takumobile is not, something's not right. Naming is the hardest part. Can I change this later? I agree. I absolutely agree. Very risky to assume you can change later. What if I called it the Frigate of Friendship? It's either Takumobile or the Frigate of Friendship. So, it's one or the other at this point, unless anybody has any better ideas. The Takumobile is funny, though. No, honestly, Frigate of Friendship is kind of funny. I think I'll pick that. Can I go back and... Okay, my worry is that if I click this, I'm just going to undo everything. Maybe I should click... Okay. I wasn't asked to name myself, right? Oh. Oh! That's pretty cool. Purpley. Oh, whoops. I guess I'm more of a blue than a purple, huh? Okay. Now, what would suck? I hope everybody remembers what I picked. Because what would suck is if I got this far and then I found out that I'm supposed to name my character on the first page and then I never did. So my name will forever be like Player 1 or something. That would be rough. So hopefully that is not going to happen. Hopefully. Mandy says Lamau. Lamau. Good thing that was empty. Almost spilled IT all over my my desk. There we go. Well, maybe I should have checked the next page first. Okay, well, there we go. There I am. What did you name your Baldur's Gate 3 character again? Josin Brosin. Josin Brosin. And then we gave him the 90s teen boy band haircut. It's so funny. Okay. I think we're set. This player icon doesn't really match us very well, but it's close enough. So we're going with this. All right. That's it. Tetrasin. Did you call it Takumobile? No, I called it the the frigate of friendship. Should I call it Takomobile? Would that be better? Mandy says, I can tell when your heart is in a game and when it isn't based on how you name the characters. In what way? Okay, Josen Brosen was funny though, okay? Josen Brosen was funny. That one was too funny to pass up. If you like the game, you go with Taku. Taku's like the default. But I do like to be a self-insert. Takumobile is funnier though. Takumobile is hilarious to me, not gonna lie. Takumobile it is then. There we go. The Takumobile and me. The Taku. Okay. Here we go. We're getting started. At almost exactly the hour mark, we're finally getting started. Oh yeah. Not the upper decks, dude. Don't give me that. Anyway. GG's. It's only been an hour. You know, I forgot to adjust my graphic settings. They should be maxed. We should be fine.
An excellent place for contemplation. One has the best view of the cathedral from here. Mesmerizing, wouldn't you say? An impeccable manifestation of the God Emperor's sublimity.
The man who has approached you is gazing down into the depths of the vast temple on one of the lower decks. Upper decks. That's where we are. The upper decks. You are in a dialogue. Here, you can learn more about current events, influence the characters you are speaking to, or even alter the course of the game's narrative. Your character's personal story depends on the dialogue choices you make. Available dialogue options are displayed on the right. Select the reply by clicking left mouse button on it or pressing the corresponding digit on your keyboard. Got it. Truly an awe-inspiring sight.
That is the purpose of all temples to the God Emperor, to inspire awe and reverence. For it is the duty of his servants to persevere in their tireless service until they are presented with the chance to give their very life for the master of humanity.
The man nods in satisfaction, as if your words have confirmed some thought he had. He sighs and turns to you.
Allow me to introduce myself. Conrad Voigtveer, Master of Whispers, in the employ of Her Ladyship Rogue Trader Theodora von Valencias. At your service. I haven't had the pleasure of speaking with you in person before.
Voigtveer bows his head and focuses his attention on you. You can hover your cursor over highlighted words to learn more about them. The tooltips that appear can help you better understand the world of the game and its mechanics. Words are highlighted when they first appear in a text. Scroll up the dialog box to see the desired highlighted term again. Duty. This guy. My name is Taku. And, so as to avoid any misunderstanding, I am a sanctioned psyker.
I am aware of that fact. It would have been unacceptable negligence to have overlooked such a detail when compiling your profile. Fate bestowed upon you powers of witchcraft. and a duty to use them for the good of the Imperium. Yours is truly an unenviable lot. I will be frank with you. You may forget your past titles, no matter who gave them to you, or what their origins are. From the moment you and the other candidate were brought aboard this void ship, your fate changed. You now serve Lord Captain Theodora von Valencias, and carry the burden of an heir of this house. Henceforth, you share your dynastic name with her ladyship. Bear it with honor.
You say I am one of the rogue trader's heirs, so there is another candidate.
There is. And you will meet him soon enough.
Lord Captain, a strange title for the Lady Theodora.
Such are the traditions of the Imperium. Lord Captain is the title that was established in the annals of the Lex Imperialis, at the time when the first rogue traders entered the Gold Emperor's service, and therefore, it is sacrosanct.
The Imperium of Man, the galaxy-spanning interstellar human empire, ruled by the living god who is known as the Emperor of Mankind. And Lex Imperialis is the Codex of Imperium laws. Why am I aboard this vessel? Why have I been brought here?
So that you may fulfill your blood duty. Whatever obligations you had before, they are henceforth null and void. By order of the Lord Captain, you have been requisitioned to serve the rogue trader, indeed blessed by the God Emperor. Your former position may have been different from conventional service as part of one of the institutions of the Imperium, but from now on, a different fate awaits you. One chosen for you by the Lord Captain. I advise you to come to terms with this reality as quickly as possible.
There's so much. You know, one thing about me, whenever someone mentions something that I don't understand, I get stun locked. I don't hear anything you say after that point. My mind's gone. And I got stuck somewhere over here. Whatever obligations you had before, they are henceforth null and void. You've been requisitioned to serve the rogue trader. Your former position may have been different from conventional service as part of one of the institutions of the Imperium, but from now on, a different fate awaits you. Okay. You have a curious title, Master of Whispers. What are your responsibilities?
To put it plainly, I am the head of the network of spies and informers who serve the interests of House von Valencias. I uncover weak links both among Lady Theodora's retinue and in the ranks of her rivals. I eliminate our vulnerabilities and exploit those of others.
Tell me about the one on whose ship I have found myself.
I would rather not discuss the Lord Captain behind her back, especially not on board her ship. No one knows better than I that whispers are wont to attract particularly close attention. Suffice it to say that her ladyship is the bearer of the sacred warrant of trade and a woman of immense power and entitlement. However privileged your position may be, I ask that you do not incur her anger by being disrespectful or obtuse. Lady Theodora despises both qualities.
The Warrant of Trade is a sacred relic document that affirms the preeminent rights of a rogue trader throughout the galaxy. Asbury says, I also despise disrespect and obtuseness. Should put that on Instagram bio. I despise disrespect and obtuseness. Can put it on a resume. Let's see. Can put it on a Hinge profile. Tell me a little bit about yourself. Well, I despise heretics, disrespect, and obtuseness. I assume you had some goal in mind when you decided to seek me out. Let us address it.
But of course, I have come to invite you to a meeting with Lady Theodora. I imagine you have many questions for your patroness, and I'm sure she has just as many questions for you. It is regrettable that you haven't yet had an opportunity to speak. It has been an arduous voyage thus far.
Hold on. Would you swipe right if you saw that? Nope. No, I would not. It would be funny, but no. Definitely not. Hold on. I gotta stand up. Okay. Dude, you know what I hate? Sorry. Sitting back down now. You know what I hate? Bios? Bios that say, like, it'll be a prompt, and it'll always follow with just ask me. So it'll be like, what do you do for work? Just ask me. It's like, why'd you pick this prompt? What do you like to do for fun? Just ask me. What's your favorite food? Just ask me. Insane. Asbury says, if you're gonna be obtuse, at least be a cute. A cute. I forgot about geometry. Mandy says, I don't want to know that bad. Neither do I. I always swipe left. I always swipe left. It's like, I guess my thought is like, if you can't be bothered to answer the question on your profile, I don't think you're going to be bothered to respond to my message. So I don't think I don't think it's worth wasting anybody's time here. I'm just gonna swipe left. Anywho, let's see.
The Lord Captain and Master Edelthrad von Valencius are conversing on the observation platform. Let us join them there.
Okay. Mandy says, I agree though. The point of the dumb prompts is so people can find similarities or whatever. So just ask me is kind of obnoxious. Yep. Yep. It's like... I don't know, man. I feel like the response just says a lot about a person to just say, just ask me. It's like, I understand if you want to talk about it, that's cool. I mean, I don't mind talking about... what somebody likes to do or their favorite food or whatever, but the just ask me part is kind of obnoxious. Anyways, let's go to the observation platform. Oh. Rogue trader Theodora von Valencius desires to personally meet with the person recently brought aboard her flagship. Very cool. Change your point of view. Move the camera using WASD. Or using the arrow keys on your keyboard, rotate the camera using QE or the mouse wheel. Mouse wheel? It's a zoom. Oof. Sorry, hold on. That's bad. That is backwards. Hold on. This is backwards. Wait, what? Did I don't think that fixed it. Yeah, that fixed it. So it should be unbind, Q, and then E. Oh, and apply, my bad. And I think my graphics should be all good. Damn! We go all the way to Ultra. I wasn't on Ultra, no! Is there no motion blur? I mean, that's good. I prefer no motion blur, but... It's odd. Alright, well. Anyways. Back to it. Back to it. Mandy and Azray, have you guys tried dating apps? I don't remember. I don't remember the answer to this. But they are truly awful.
Keep your wits about you.
What? So it's right click to move? Oh. Left click is also to move. I don't... What? Mandy says, I think you remember my last dating app experience. I'll never use them again. Ah, yes. They're so awful. I hate them. I hate it so much. I feel like the more I use dating apps, the more sad I get, you know? Interactable objects. Some objects in the game can be interacted with in a special way. They are marked with specific icons. Some icons allow you to study objects. Others will transfer the character to neighboring locations or launch a small event. These icons become visible when your character is standing close enough to the interactive object. Click left mouse button on the icon to perform the associated action. Some interactive objects, such as doors or chests, are not always marked with icons, but the cursor changes when you hover over them. Hover your cursor over the object. If the cursor changes, the object is interactable. Hold tab to highlight objects your character can interact with. Oh, cool. Really is just like Baldur's Gate. Asbury says, LOL, I'll use them, but I feel like you're scraping the bottom of the barrel. That's kind of real. Mandy says, you probably don't remember Lamau, but it was the creepy guy who stalked me. Oh yeah, I do remember this, actually. The one who stalked you through your mom's obituary. Tried to download another one like a year ago, maybe, but panicked and deleted it like 30 minutes later. Yep. If a creepy guy tried to... If a creepy person tried to stalk me through an obituary, yep, I'm gone. I'm not using dating apps ever again. I'm good. I'm good on that. A massive conference table, obviously crafted from real wood, a resource of incredible value aboard a void ship. If I see you raise your head again, I'll hand you over to the tech priest for servitorization. The crew member is hard at work, bowing his head in fear and avoiding even looking at you. Damn. Greetings, my lord. That warp jump was surprisingly uneventful. The one a couple of cycles ago, now that was tough. The delirium took hold of so many, and the witch was up to her old tricks again. That warp was surprisingly... Oh. Same dialogue. Is this dialogue gonna go away, or... Have you heard? Apparently the lower decks got a big influx of new blood after the last on-world resupply. Is there some pestilence spreading through the crew, and that's why we had to make up the shortfall? Last time it was blue leprosy that culled our ranks. A tech litany for machine placidity is required. Vox casting to indicate the consecration of unguents, what? And the preparation of techno something. Mandy says, I have to live vicariously through you, Taku. You know, I bet the upper decks have an influx of poop. Not the poop talk, dude. Come on. But no, I'm not one to live romance vicariously through. You know, I went back. Sorry, I was talking about that restaurant I went to where I'm interested in the woman that works at the pickup counter. So I went to the restaurant this week. She wasn't even there. I paid almost $15 for that meal. She wasn't even there. I'm so disappointed. Asbury says, you're just a podcast to me until I finish the zombie game. Nice. I hope you enjoy. TakuCast. Mandy says, I vaguely remember hearing about this woman. Didn't she say something nice and you just walked away or something? So last time, she was like... She took my order and then she was like, you're Taku, right? And I was like, yeah. Now, normally, this is the part where you ask for the other person's name. Normally. I don't comply by conventional rules of conversation, you see. I walked away. And only after having walked away did I realize, you know, maybe, yeah, what's yours was the appropriate response. Not simply ending it yes. So, the last time I saw her, she opened the pickup window and she was like, she told me what my order was, just because she remembered. And then I was like, yep. And then she started like putting in the numbers into her cashier thing. And I was like, I said something to the effect of, sorry, what was your name again? And then she said what her name was. And then I was like, oh yes, sorry, I forgot to ask last time. It's like, sorry, I was supposed to ask last time. But yeah. I'm hoping to slowly become a more normal face, ever so slowly. Get to know her a little better, and then see what happens there. Yeah, keep us posted on the situation. I'm trying to go like once a week at this point. I mean, I only started my once a week plan this past week, but I'm hoping to have an update every week. I gotta motivate myself to get out there. Anyways, back to it. Back to it. The sacred mechanism has been interfered with without due reverence. The duration of the data processing cycle has tripled. Incomprehensible information is displayed on a large screen above the cogitators. You can make out references to unfamiliar systems and worlds among the numbers and logisticar symbols. Cool. Lay people interfering in the operation of the sacred mechanisms disturbs the machine spirits. In the name of the Omnissiah, refrain from any further profane acts. A long-winded way of saying stop touching my stuff, basically. That warp jump was surprisingly uneventful. Oh, they're just repeating old dialogue. The crew member is hard at work. Saw that earlier. How long do we have to wait for an audience? How many days has it been already? Damn. The candlelit altar with a copy of the 2348th volume of the Lex Imperialis, the Codex of the Sacred Laws of the Imperium.
I always have a backup plan.
Oh. As you approach, something in the servitor's body begins to hum as if in response to your presence. After a couple of seconds, the noise subsides. Good night. There we go.
One of the Fon Valencia's trophy rooms. Perhaps you would like to take a look around after your audience with the Lord Captain.
I want to fight stuff.
What's happening?
Whoa.
Run! The servitors have gone berserk!
Speak of the devil.
mercy to those who oppose Von Valancius.
I want to fight stuff. Battle starts. You have been ambushed. The battle begins. To survive in the grim darkness of the far future, you will have to face enemies of all kinds and fight for your life. These hints and tutorials will familiarize you with the combat system of Warhammer 40k Rogue Trader. Click the button at the top of the screen to start the battle. What happens if I just walk away then? You know? What happens? Damn! Damn! All battles in the game are turn-based and take place on a grid. On their turn, a character can move, attack, and use their abilities. Select a cell within the highlighted area and double-click left mouse button on it to move the character there. Movement points determine how far a character can move on their turn. One movement point corresponds to one cell on the battlefield. Moving diagonally is more costly. Every second diagonal cell uses 2 movement points. At the beginning of each turn, movement points are restored to their maximum value. Note that once a character starts moving, this action can no longer be cancelled. Okay, well. I'm gonna move this way just because I can. I don't want to be too close though, you know? I mean, this is a tutorial
Don't
run,
let
so
your guard down.
it's probably not too bad, right? Action points. To make attacks and use abilities in combat, a character must spend action points or AP. Their total is displayed on the panel at the bottom of the screen. Every attack or ability has a certain AP cost associated with it. The number of squares next to the icons of attack actions and other abilities indicates their AP cost. At the start of each character's turn, their AP are restored to their maximum value. To attack, first click left mouse button on the single shot icon on the weapons panel at the bottom of the screen. Hover the cursor over an enemy, a tooltip will appear, showing your chances of hitting that enemy and the possible damage you can deal on a successful hit. Click left mouse button on the enemy to fire. The amount of damage your character can deal depends on the parameters of the weapon they are using. The effectiveness of the shot depends on the distance between the character and their enemy. When you target an enemy with a single shot, you will see 2 areas denoting the weapon's effective and maximum firing ranges. Certain abilities in the game are considered attack actions and can only be used once per turn unless affected by specific talents or other abilities a character might have. If a character performs an attack action, they will not be able to attack again and will lose their remaining movement points until the start of their next turn. Interesting. Can I shoot from this far? I can. It's not much though.
Who, if not?
When you're ready to end your turn, press space or click the end turn button on the bottom right of the screen. Huh. Okay. That was a really bad shot, bro. Well, he's dead. That's rough, Chief. That is rough, Chief. Turn-based? Yes, it is turn-based combat. Turn-based grid combat. Very similar to Warhammer... Not Warhammer. Oh, yes, but... very similar to Wasteland 3 and XCOM, which is what I was looking forward to. Don't know about this. Damn. Okay, after you shoot, you can't move. So you gotta move and then shoot. Dude, how are you missing these shots? That's wild. I have never fired a pistol before. I'm very confident that I could make that shot. It's like 7 feet away. Still missed. Like Pokemon and Paper Mario? Sure. No. No. Close. But no. Different kind of...
Taking calculated risk is in my second nature.
Dude. This guy's so overpowered. I'm hiding behind this guy. Oh, damn. Nice dodge. Oh, nice dodge. This guy's doing nothing. Oh, never mind. Spoke too soon.
What suspiciously poor timing for such an accident. Servitors malfunction on the officer's deck at exactly the same moment when the rogue trader and her heirs are gathered here. I have blocked all passages between the upper and lower sectors of the residential decks. If this is a deliberate attack, it should stop the culprits from advancing their plan.
Without taking his eyes off the bodies on the floor, VTuber removes the Voxcaster from his belt and speaks a quick few orders into the device. Then he turns to you. Oh. Did you guys hear the Discord noise? And Ezra says, like Persona? Nope. Well, yes, but... I've always been a big fan of Grid. Grid turn-based? I love XCOM. I love Wasteland 3. The Pokemon Persona kind of turn-based, like, it's not bad. I don't really care for it. Like, if you told me this game is good, it has Persona combat, I wouldn't care too much. I mean, I like Persona, but I'm there for the story. I'm not there for the combat. The combat is not bad. It's like, it's fun. The problem with those kinds of games is the amount of directional input you need before you can actually do an attack. And I think it's kind of annoying. Like if you're playing Persona, it'll be like you switch to a character. You have to pick attack. You gotta cycle through multiple personas if you don't have the attack readily available. You have to cycle through all the attacks till you highlight over the one that you want, and then you can actually do the attack. I prefer to just have it on like a bar or something. Just quicker. Risk my life every time I type. Yes. That you do, yes. He's about to get an earful. Attack denial. Characters with melee weapons block adjacent enemies' ability to perform attacks with ranged weapons. Pistols and shotguns are an exception to this rule. They can be fired at point-blank range. Oh, it's kind of like Darktide then. Interesting. Okay. Spread out. No one is allowed to enter. Oh.
I'm afraid I must remain here. For Lady Theodora's safety, I have to oversee the execution of these orders personally. I hope you will have no difficulty reaching the observation platform on your own. It is just at the end of this corridor.
The Master of Whispers gives you a curt bow. End dialogue. You can open the map using M to orient yourself. Let me save. The upper decks. New save, I guess? The wires in the servitor's head are still smoldering. It would seem the cause of this malfunction was a short-circuiting of the motive force. Tarantula sentry gun constructed with the blessing of the Adeptus Mechanicus using a standard template construct in the manufactorums of Kiava Gamma. Interesting. Very interesting. Okay. Let's go through this door. I'm not sure if this is the right way, but I'm going. Yeah, where's the right... What? Alright, well... I don't know where I'm going, but... I bet J is for journal. Yep, that was right. Huh. I don't know why it's not... highlighted. Okay, well. What's that? The Grand Voidship Temple occupies the entire space below the officer's deck and is lit by countless candles and lumens. Pretty cool. Oh. Unique named NPC. So from now on, any tinkering with the vacuum locks is to be carried out only in the presence of our esteemed tech priests. Don't mind me, I'm just a little guy going for a little run through the...
Always keep your eye on the price.
through something.
That is simply irrational, Lady Theodora. Assimilation into the trade structure would be political and economic suicide. Practically an admission of heresy.
Says the man dressed in peculiar garb, his voice tight with tension. His face, half of which is covered by sin skin, is twisted in a grimace of displeasure and disbelief.
Then suggest an alternative that will satisfy me. I have described the situation. No worse than my seneschal could have done. Make a decision. What will you do with Ion 6, Edelthrad?
The tall, gray-haired woman pins him with her gaze, her cybernetic eye flashing crimson. Survey the room. Your first impression of Edelthrad, who appears to be about 30 years old, is of parchment-like skin, stretched over a tightly bundled mass of sinew, implants, and bone. The nervously twitching fingers, the face twisted by a slight tic, and the jerky movements are all signs of some illness or defect that has taken over his physical form. In stark contrast to Edelthrad, Theodora von Valentius's features appear as if they were carved from marble, eternal and indestructible. Head raised high, proud posture, hands clasped casually behind her back. Everything seems to emphasize the difference in status between her and Edelthrad. Next to the two of them, you see two more men. One is a gray-haired officer of impeccable bearing who is studying the contents of his data slate. The other is a behemoth bristling with holsters and baldricks containing all manner of weapons.
Our second candidate has joined us. Approach and give me your answer.
The dry female voice and the powerful feeling of being watched force you to look at Theodora. The rogue traitor is looking straight at you, and her gaze, like herself, is predatory and oppressive.
Consider this hypothetical situation. Ion 6. A new world on the fringes of the Coronis expanse. High seismic activity, regular magma eruptions, metamorphic rock deposits, prospects for large-scale mining. The world is populated by natives who worship some heretical underworld spirits that protect those who offer them sacrifices. Flights of fancy, you might say, but attempts to install ore extractors have failed for the second time. The mining crews sent to the planet's surface simply vanished overnight. My question to you is, what would you do with this poisoned treasure?
Your character's skills reflect their knowledge and capabilities. Some dialogues automatically initiate passive skill tests. If such a test succeeds, new information will be revealed or a hidden dialogue option will unlock. If your character is traveling with allies, the party member with the highest score in the applicable skill is selected for each given passive skill test. I'm a little confused by this question, because she says, attempts to install ore extractors have failed for the second time. The mining crew sent to the planet's surface simply vanished overnight. What would you do with this poison treasure? I'm not sure if she's referring to the... I assume she's referring to the planet, and not to the ore retrieved from the planet. Without looking at the responses, I think I would take time to evaluate. I mean, there's no need to... Well, no, I guess it's 40k. I was gonna say, we could take time to evaluate, because there's no need to just throw bodies at the problem. But it's 40k, you know? Throwing bodies at the problem is what they do, so... I don't know. So we could say, those spirits could well be the natives' name for dangerous aliens. I would first verify if that is indeed the case, and if the population of Ion 6 engages in xeno worship. There are ways to confirm whether what is happening on Ion 6 is witchcraft or not. It might cost several cycles to do so, but it will give us the answer. I believe I could use my personal abilities to ascertain whether there was sorcery on Ion 6. This is a terrible response. These reports of spirits certainly sound like evidence of heresy. However, I would put my interest first. No matter what means I would have to use, the riches of Ion 6 would be mine. It's kind of a whatever answer. Ion 6 must be purged. For the good of the Imperium, I shall exterminate the heretical beliefs and otherworldly powers that rule the native apostates. I'm gonna go with this one. Those spirits could well be the native people's name for dangerous aliens. I would first verify if that is indeed the case and if the population of Ion 6 engages in xeno worship.
Reasonable and prudent. However, chasing after ethereal creatures may prove a rather long and fruitless endeavor.
Theodora arches an eyebrow.
Apart from Xenos, an untrodden planet might be teeming with myriad horrors that are far more dangerous and difficult to eradicate. I suspect that you are simply unaware of their existence.
Ethelthrad scoffs. I gave a straight answer to a simple question, which, as I understand, was still more than you could do, Ethelthrad.
Insolent, ignorant upstart. How dare you?
The color drains from Ethelthrad's face, which distorts his features further.
Ethelthrad, I believe I gave you an assignment on this ship. Explain to me then why my senior congregator is still dawdling about the officer's deck, instead of proceeding to the middle decks to commence the inspection of the compartments in his purview.
Theodora's tone renders him silent.
I beg your forgiveness, Lady Theodora. Your presence has such a profound effect on me that I well forgot the time.
Alright, Ethelthrad. Ethelthrad bows ceremoniously and takes his leave without sparing you another look.
So, why are you here?
Theodora's gaze follows him as he leaves. Then she turns to you. Holy glaze. This guy. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for taking so long. You're just so pretty. Shut up! Get out! Anyway, this noise you're hearing, potentially, it's the sound of me standing up at my desk. I'm trying to lift my desk. If I suddenly disappear, it's because a cable disconnected while I was raising my desk. Yep, that seems dangerous. That... You know, there's something about that that does not seem safe. So, I think I will go back to sitting. I'll fix that later. I haven't tried to use my standing desk for a while. But yeah, if I do that, I'm disappearing. I'm gone. I would have just disconnected my whole computer. I thought you put your mic in a Stanley cup. Could you hear the like... That was me. Anywho, Theodora's gaze follows him as he leaves and she turns to you. So, Taku, why are you here? There are questions that I wish to have all of these are kind of terrible. This one's kind of demanding towards a superior. This one's kind of dumb because obviously she did send for me. And this one just kind of makes it seem like I'm lost. So, was it not you who sent for me?
You have ceded the opening that was offered to you in a woeful display of meekness. Admittedly, this tendency is equally strong in all who toil in the Emperor's service. Immutable hierarchy, absolute obedience, lickspittlery, compulsion to please. I value none of these things. From the moment my envoys came for you, the terms of your existence changed.
Theodora scoffs. Alright, we're gonna talk down to Theodora now, guys. Anytime she wants respect, I'm just gonna give her the most disrespectful answer I possibly can.
My name is Theodora von Valancius Massimo of Scaris. I am a rogue trader in the service of the God Emperor of humanity. And my rights and freedoms are vindicated by a most sacred relic. The warrant of trade, kept aboard this very vessel. Mine is the honor to venture into the darkness, beyond the Imperium, and carry humanity's light where powers wicked and heretical reign, and bow death and ruin to us all. It is my decision alone to determine the fate of whatever I find past the bounds of the explored void. Every world I discover, along with all there is to find thereon, resources, people, riches, and mysteries, is mine by right. I command millions of lives, rule over numerous planets, and possess fortunes that no planetary governor or commander could dream of amassing. And you, are one of those with Fon Valancius blood in their veins and a rightful claim to this inheritance when the hour comes.
So are we related to Theodora, or is Theodora like our aunt, or? I am ready to take on the sacred purpose.
Oh yes, you would be, wouldn't you? The question is, am I ready to choose you over the rest? You came aboard hours before the warp jump, and have not yet distinguished yourself in any way. As things currently stand, I have doubts that you are suitable for the role of rogue trader. Bloodright alone is not enough to earn the high honor of becoming the bearer of a warrant of trade. Nonetheless, your abilities and talents may yet prove useful. If not for the role of Lord Captain, then for that of their closest ally. Alas, even those responsibilities can at times be too challenging for those who share your blood. Kunrad Voitvir served me for many years before he made his mistake.
Asbury says, I think it's a Jon Snow Daenerys type situation. Ah. If only I watched Game of Thrones. Now, I didn't watch Game of Thrones because I heard it ends poorly. And I don't want to set myself up for disappointment, so I never watched it. I was like, yeah, I don't feel like being disappointed, so I'm just not going to watch it. And then I just never did. So, unfortunately, I don't understand the reference. Let's see. What? What is his mistake? One of, does this mean there are other heirs?
Naturally. Some have yet to arrive on board, but you have had the pleasure of meeting one of them. Edelthrad may be somewhat disconcerted by the scale of the responsibilities that may potentially fall upon his shoulders. However, I have a good feeling about him as a candidate.
Damn it. She likes us even less. If you are satisfied with Edelthrad, then what sense is there in having this conversation? Why are you wasting your time on me?
Impatience. I am rather fond of impatient people. They are not as quick to resign themselves to circumstance and more eager to show initiative. Even if I do choose Edelthrad as my successor, I will still require loyal advisors. The skills and knowledge you acquired in your former life may prove invaluable here, in the Coronis Expanse. It says in your profile that you bear the brand of sorcery, albeit sanctioned sorcery that is permitted in the service of the Imperium. I am accustomed to the presence of psychos at my side. More than that, I value their unique abilities highly. Perhaps that is why I am so intrigued by Edelthrad's candidacy. A rogue trader psyker could achieve great things indeed. However, psychers are fragile creatures, and as such I would rather have a replacement standing ready in the event that something happens to Edelthrad.
Right.
Moreover, even changing your family name will not rid you of the fame you previously garnered. I hope it will also help you bring glory to the Fon Valancius dynasty, to which you now belong.
Decision consequences. Your illustrious glory made you famous far beyond the bounds of your home system. Did I hear you correctly? The Master of Whispers is related to you?
His kinship to me is most distant, as is yours. Nonetheless, he does bear the name von Valancius, even if he avoids using it publicly and, as such, strictly speaking, can be considered my heir. That door, however, is closed to him. Voigtvir's performance in his current role is satisfactory. Or it used to be, at least.
Thank you for clarifying. May I ask my questions now?
I have some time before the navigator gives the signal to initiate the void ship's translation out of the warp, and my presence is required on the bridge.
The vox affixed to Theodora's attire suddenly comes to life, but all you can hear is unintelligible noise. Theodora winces, shuts off the transmission, and gives you an imperious nod. So the warp is an alternate dimension of pure energy and madness, existing as a mirror to real space, also known as the Immaterium, the Empyrean, the Ether, the Sea of Souls, or warp space. Navigator, translation. What are these things that you speak of?
Sometimes I forget that people without direct access to a ship's bridge may not know the first thing about how a void ship travels between the stars. Vessels such as this one are capable of leaving real space and traversing into the warp, an otherworldly dimension of cruel and unthinkable forces. By entering it under the protection of the Gellerfield, we shorten the route to our destination, crossing distances that would require hundreds of years in a matter of weeks instead. Sometimes in days or even hours. That is how humanity spread across the galaxy. That is how we were able to build the Imperium, which spans millions of stars.
Where is your ship headed?
The Ryokan system, the domain of rogue trader Winterscale, one of my peers, and rivals. Besides me, 2 other rogue traders exist in the Coronis Expanse, and each of them possesses resources comparable to mine. Perhaps you will one day assist House von Valancius in surpassing both of them in affluence and splendor. I set the course for Ryokan on the demand for a very specific reason. Perhaps I shall yet apprise you of the purpose for this voyage, but now is not the time.
What are my current responsibilities?
Observe, learn, absorb. It will take time for you to find your bearings aboard this vessel and in your new position. Eventually, I will find a post that suits you as I did for Edelthrad. Until that time comes, consider yourself my aide.
An incident took place on the officer's deck. Some servitors went berserk and attacked the crew.
Is that so? Perhaps the technomats were careless during maintenance. Or it could be the warp playing tricks on us in spite of the Gellerfield. Or perhaps there is something to all the stories about the ship being possessed after all.
Theodora laughs nonchalantly.
Lady Theodora, for the God Emperor's sake, surely you do not intend to start repeating idle rumors spread about by uneducated riffraff.
The gray-haired officer gives the rogue trader a look of cautious disapproval.
Enough, Abelard. Such hearsay amuses me. Idira eagerly retells me everything she learns from the whispers of her unseen advisors. This ship is thousands of years old. It has enough hidden nooks, malfunctioning cogitators, and unused compartments to make ignorant folks speak of specters dwelling inside the bulkheads and plotting against those who yet live.
So there's only 2 dialogue options left. We can say, "Gracious Lord Captain, surely there are ways I can prove myself a worthy heir." Now, hear me out. In the world of 40k, it's full of war crimes. As far as I'm aware. And I don't feel like she would appreciate us giving her praise and asking what we can do. Honestly, I feel like she would respect if we just killed all the other candidates. Appy just laughs about. It's full of war crimes. I'm pretty sure she would appreciate if we just killed every other candidate and became the only candidate. I feel like she'd appreciate that more than if we were just to be like, "What can I do for you, milady?" So we're not gonna bother with this one. We're just gonna say we have no more questions. Can you do a war crime against other species, though? That, I'm not too sure. But as I understand for this game, or I guess as I understand for the universe of 40k, there's no real good guys necessarily. Everybody has questionable problems with their morality. Every possible faction. So, because as far as I know, war crime is a crime against humanity. Yeah. Honestly, Theodora seems like the kind of person that you could blow up a planet and she would be like, "So, I have 10 more." But, what was I saying? I think, when it comes to 40k lore, since everybody's morally questionable anyways, there's no real reason why we should play a good guy. I mean, obviously I'm going to try to help people where I can, but ultimately there's so much moral ambiguity with everything in 40k that if we do something immoral, in air quotes, I don't think it matters a whole lot. We commit a small war crime in 40k, we'll just add it to the pile of war crimes, you know what I mean? But Appy says, there can be a good sub-faction, but as a whole, there are no good guys. Yeah. So I'm thinking, you know, if we have to be morally ambiguous sometimes, then we'll pick some bad options. But, for now, I don't remember what that guy's name was. Edelgrad or something? That rich guy that was here earlier. If we can kill him, let's kill him. Let's end him. End his candidacy. I have no more questions.
In that case, I shall head to... Disturbances reported on the adjacent decks. Seneschal, if the need arises, protect the new blood. It is possible that the chance to prove your worth may present itself sooner than you may have anticipated.
Theodore's vox awakens once more. This time, you pick up shouting. The Lord Captain freezes, listening to the vox cast, then nods and draws her weapon. Damn! How'd they get on the ship? How? All combatants act in turns, and their order is determined by an initiative roll. The order of turns is displayed on the left side of the screen from bottom to top. The character at the very bottom goes first, and then the one above them, and so on. Okay. So I guess Theodora's gonna go first.
Emperor, protect me.
Theodora literally has 205 health, and we only have 20. Dang! Oh.
Just a minor setback.
Damn, not bad.
My faith strengthens me. The glory of the Imperium.
You know, for a second, I thought we were screwed.
Out of my way.
Because there's like, you know, 30 heretics.
I'm
But no, we're probably fine. Appy says, anyway, I'm gonna go out and grab some coffee and some pastries. I hope you enjoy, Appy. I hope you enjoy. Let me know what you get. Let me know what you get. Have a fun time. Use cover to avoid enemy attacks. Cover that a character can hide behind are marked with a shield or a shield with a skull. When standing close to them, the character will automatically take an advantageous position. Asbury says to get him a jelly donut. Gross. Jelly donuts are disgusting. I'm just kidding. Well, no, I'm not. But I'm also kidding. They're okay. Plain donuts are better, though. Anyways, when standing close to them, the character will automatically take up an advantageous position. In this case, the chance that enemy attacks will hit the cover and not the character behind them increases. The character will not receive a bonus if attacked from a side not protected by their current cover. Wow, so it really is just, XCOM, huh? Can I fire my weapon? I can.
On it.
Oh yeah, these heretics don't have a whole lot of... Oh, there's one more guy right here. Your character has just landed a critical hit that deals increased damage equal to the character's critical damage stat. Character's critical damage is 150% of their normal damage by default, however, certain talents, effects, and abilities can increase it. Certain weapons have their own critical damage stat, which is added to the character's total stat value during an attack. Alright.
Chaos guides me.
Well, at least I know these guys are called heretics now. I've been playing Darktide this whole time, thinking they were, like, infested or something. Okay. Well, I'll keep this in mind. Heretics, eh? Dang! Dang! Avalar's just going for it. Dang! Not bad. Dang! Your character has received a temporary positive effect from an ally. Such effects enhance your character's capabilities in combat in some way. To learn more about the effect you have gained, hover your cursor over the effect's icon next to the character's portrait. Oh, 50 ballistic skill until the end of combat. Nice. Mandy asks for some too. Oat milk latte. BRB. Okay, enjoy. You're disgusting. Jelly donuts. Okay, it's a texture thing and a taste thing. Jelly donuts. Come on. Come on now. It's... Why not just have one uniform dough, you know? Instead of, like, biting into jelly and then the jelly just slops out of your donut, you know? Yeah. Know what I mean? Anyway, Appy says, never mind, change of plan. DoorDash. Appy's getting a DoorDash now? Oh, got him! Oh, I guess that's it.
Mort, take a team with you and clear a path to the transport line. Do not let a single whoreson survive.
Theodora waves her hand in a commanding gesture.
Didn't bat an eye when that scum burst onto the deck, huh? Not bad. I have seen many an officer who panicked at the sight of combat on the upper decks. The false sense of security offered by their position makes them that much more vulnerable to the harsh realities of warp travel.
The rogue trader turns her eyes to you. She looks at the box in her hand. All you can hear is lifeless static. I don't care what her orders are. What's happening?
From what we have seen, I can speculate that we are dealing with some variety of madness induced by warp travel. Such episodes are not uncommon among voidsmen who have found themselves outside the boundaries of real space, though such episodes seldom spill onto other decks.
The Seneschal is astonishingly calm for someone who just survived a sudden attack. Mama Aspen and Baby Aspen need a ride to the hair salon. I'm gonna leave with them and drop them off, then go get coffee and pastries. Nice. Salon day. Nice. They're flexing on me. You can, oh. Do salons offer beard treatment? Probably not, huh? Leaving in like 30 to 40 minutes later. Nice. Hair is overrated. So much easier not to have. So true. So true, he says. Luscious luscious locks flowing in the wind. Let's see.
Oh, the casters are not working, or have been sabotaged. Either the warp is toying with us, or someone went to great lengths to cut the ship's communications. I will need a direct channel to the engine seer Prime before I can get a sense of what we are up against. Whatever it may be, keep your weapons at the ready. I imagine it will be some time before we no longer need them.
Theodora clicks her Vox a few times. The Engine Seer is a tech priest whose specialization is the maintenance and repair of sacred machines. The incident with the rampaging servitors may be connected to what is transpiring now.
Possibly. Quite likely. We will investigate at a later time. Right now, we need to isolate the affected compartments and try to assess the situation.
How could there be armed people in the ranks of the crew who would dare to attack the Lord Captain? This is a really dumb question because we already know that they were corrupted by the warp, right?
Trust me, this is hardly surprising for a crew of thousands. The lower decks are a fertile environment for discontent and heresy, no matter how one tries to incinerate any seed before it can take root. All it takes is a hint of warp influence to cloud the minds of normally obedient cattle.
The Seneschal gives you a gloomy look.
Sporadic riots on the lower decks never reach these compartments. No, the tumults of the rabble are always contained within their own territory. This is too well organized. It is spreading too rapidly.
We have to ask what our orders are. Damn it! Appy says, I could use some hair shaven with a razor. See, I could go shaved head, or sorry, not shaved. I could go buzz cut, but shaving my head is kind of scary. Because if I can't see the back of my head, I'm too afraid to use a razor. Azure says, mine is currently thrown into a bun. I have to brush it out and wash it tomorrow. Sad face. That's okay, Azure. I'm sure it looks good. It's worth the effort. It's worth the effort. Mandy says mine is also in a bun. Very nice. I also hope to have a bun one day. I used to, but not anymore. Azure says, I have completed my zombie game, so you are no longer a podcast. This game looks different than how I was imagining it. Yeah, it's like, it's mostly like Wasteland 3. Mostly. A little bit different. Currently, we're at the intro, so I imagine there's going to be more dialogue than combat for the intro. But I'm hoping to get more into combat and, like, individual stories as opposed to getting lore dumped. Currently, we're being lore dumped, so... Anywho. Have it in a front bun hanging out of my hoodie. Nice. Very nice. And Appy uses electric shaver. Also nice. Okay. What are your orders?
Mort has gone on ahead to clear a path for us. If you want to make yourself useful, go after him and see if the Arch-Militant requires aid. And be quick about it.
Alright. Let's find the Arch-Militants, but first, let's take a look. The massive metal structure never stops moving for a moment. Light bounces off the orbits and figures representing celestial bodies. I don't see much else we can interact with in here. Unless we have to be standing really close to it for me to see anything. Now, the hard part is that I don't know if it's just me, but I can't... Like, you'd think that the map would tell you where to go, right? But it doesn't. Wait. Oh, that's weird. If you press M on the map, and then you click to where you want to view, you can just move straight there. It's crazy. Oh. Where am I? Can I talk to one of them? I'm not supposed to go in here, right? Surely. Yeah, it must be where all the gunfire's coming from, which is like this way, I guess. Somewhere? Yeah, there's a bit of gunfire, but I don't... Let's see. I should take a shower before I leave, so BRB. Hope you enjoy your BRB. Azri says, I was expecting close-ups of their face during dialogue the way you were reading it. No. No, no. Okay. The officer's deck is under attack by an unknown enemy, so Arc Militant Mort has left to clear the way to the lift leading to the upper decks. The officer has not returned yet, so it is time to find out the cause of the delay. So we need to go to the officer's deck. But... where's the officer's deck? I don't... I just... Go this way. I don't know what's over here, but just go look at this. I don't... Surely it's this way, where all the noise is. The heretic's body is riddled with holes. An improvised single-shot gun lies smoking in his hand. It's probably this way, then. Yeah. Oh, damn.
Thank Providence you are alive and well.
Conrad Voig Devere lets out a sigh of relief upon seeing you.
Always on time, eh, Kunrad? The moment we finish chasing the riffraff around the deck, you show up. Always just after the fighting's done. You could set your chrono by it.
Mort, pull yourself together.
Conrad pointedly looks away from the Arc Militant to you.
What, did the Lord Captain send you to chivvy us along? We're all done here. I'll report right away.
Mort pulls his Vox from the belt and hurriedly reports on the situation. Oh, aren't those heretics? Oh, never mind. It's... okay.
Master of Whispers, what is happening on my ship? The Voxnet is silent. The Vox Master is not responding. Armed assailants have stormed the officer's deck, and my arch-militant just destroyed several more heretics on the way here. Is this a severe case of warp madness? Have some of my crew lost their minds and forgotten who they are and whom they serve? Report!
I thought these were heretics because they weren't dressed in the military garb, but we just talked to them. This is just Theodora. I recognize the hair shape. Okay. Let's see. 90 degrees. Yeah, I have the AC on. I'm not going out there. I mean, it's not 90 for me, but eesh. It is hot in here. Asbury says they all look the same to you. What? The heretic? It's just the garb, man. Master whispers what's happening on my ship. The Voxnet, a piece of technology used to communicate over short distances or to record sound. I see.
I have not yet received word from the Engineering regarding any Geller field failures, but communications were already unstable half an hour ago, and now they have ceased altogether. Whatever the cause may be, the consequences are spreading fast. I am receiving scattered reports from the middle decks, and the only Voxcasts from the lower bays are one-way heretical gibberish. That the madmen have already reached the officer's deck suggests that this outrage was planned in advance. Perhaps this is an organized mutiny.
We must provide immediate assistance to those on the middle decks. Perhaps then we might stop this wave from spreading.
First, we have to confirm that the bridge and the navigator's sanctum are secure. And I have the means to do both things at once.
Her expression changes as her eyes flash ominously. Where's the bridge?
Edelthrad, where is he? I must know if he is unharmed. A psyker aboard a ship that is potentially being assailed by the warp could pose a greater threat to himself and others than a whole army of madmen with improvised weapons.
Theodora looks at VTuber.
I tried to locate him, but the last thing known about his movements is that he arrived on Transitional Deck 18.
Blast it! Master of Whispers, find Edelthrad immediately. Seneschal, locate Tlas and the Sister of Battle. Both are to remain at my side. Arch-Militant, with me. I must go to my study. And it appears we might encounter heretics along the way.
Arch-Militant with me. Theodora glances at you thoughtfully.
If I may, Lord Captain. Transitional Deck 18 is at the heart of the disturbance, and if our goal is to bring Edelthrad back, I could use some support. After all, I'm not as adept at directly confronting enemies of the House as the esteemed Arch-Militant, and taking into consideration Edelthrad's psychic powers.
I don't know if Void... I have a feeling that VTuber is a traitor. I don't have proof, but I have a feeling. Who's the Arch-Militant? Is that me? Taking into consideration Edelthrad's psychic powers. Mandy says it's still May. It's going to be a fun summer here. Only hotter from here as climate change really increases over the course of our lifetimes. Oh.
Then it's settled. Find Edelthrad and bring him here. In whatever state you find him. This elevator leads to restricted compartments such as my personal chambers and the bridge. Do not let me down. I require you both. Do you understand?
Okay. I cannot promise that I won't lose our dearest heir somewhere along the way. Yeah, maybe I'll save him. Maybe. I mean, if he dies, he dies. No, I'm not saying he's gonna die, but I'm not saying I'll bring him back either. But I might. I might bring him back, but he might be dead. I shall do everything in my power.
Not everything in your power. You will do as I say. I'll have your heads if you fail. Is that clear? Then move out. Mort, come.
I don't understand. Ma'am, she gets mad if I take initiative, she gets mad. If I kiss her butt, she gets mad. So okay, you know, whatever, Theodora. I don't care anymore. Like, you will do as I say. You literally don't want me to, but whatever, I guess. It's fine. As Ray says, she's like a toxic girlfriend. I like her. No, you will do as I say. Unless I tell you to do something, then I expect you to go above and beyond. Read my mind, but also... I mean, I kind of get it. Everything in my power is kind of... This is a little, like, I'll try, which I guess can be a little infuriating, but it's still just like, come on. I mean, I'm level 1, you know? I'm literally level 1, man.
Are you ready to head to 18? It is a long walk, and you do not even have proper gear.
I have a proposition. Since I am the more important person here, you can go in the front to shield me from potential threats. Yeah, I'm more important, so you can stand up front. I kind of want to pick this because it's funny. Yeah, you can go and I'll pick this one. I have a proposition. Since I am the more important person here, you can go in the front to shield me from potential threats.
Oh, certainly. Lady Theodora would be devastated if she were to lose one of her precious heirs. But that is no longer relevant.
Something hits you hard with a sharp crackle, and you are consumed by unbearable gut-wrenching pain. I knew it! I knew this guy was a traitor. You see, I thought it was a little strange. Oh, have you played this game before? Nope. I mean, I played Warhammer 40k games before, but not this game in specific. So I played Warhammer 40k Space Marine 1, Space Marine 2, Dark Tide I'm actively playing, but that's multiplayer, so that's a little different. I've played a bit of Bolt Gun. I haven't finished it yet. I've played Battle Sector. I didn't finish that yet. I have... Is it Demon Hunters or something? I have it. I didn't play it yet. And I have Gladius. I didn't play that yet. But I do own it. And I think there's one more. But this is my first time playing Rogue Trader. It came out in 2023. Anywho, I had this feeling that VTuber was a traitor because someone made a comment about how he is always shows up after the fighting's done. And then he made a comment about how he wants less protection for Theodora because he thinks that he needs more protection. So I assumed that he would probably want to... It would be in his benefit to reduce her protections rather than to give himself more power. So this makes sense to me. Anywho. And the only people that VTuber has killed are servitors, which... I think servitors. Which are not... not super strong in terms of the heretical forces, I imagine. Anywho. Something hits you with a sharp crackle, and you are consumed by unbearable gut-wrenching pain. Ah! I promised you a special destiny, Taku. It is time to fulfill it. No! The only gun that I have! It's probably the only valuable thing on me. I mean, I guess I have cool robes, but... aside from that, I don't think I have anything worth taking. Oh. Ow.
Careful, careful. Be gentle with our guest. He has an important mission to complete during our visit to the Warrant Chamber. And for that, I need him breathing. Ah, you are back with us, I see. Delightful.
The Warrant of Trade, the sacred relic document that affirms the preeminent rights of a rogue trader throughout the galaxy. What is the meaning of this?
You must have hit your head harder than I thought. No matter. Very little is required of you. Just your blood, which you can either share of your own volition, or I will spill it for you. We are in the anteroom of the Warren Chamber, this void ship's most hallowed vault. There, beyond those gates, lies the relic that gives Theodora all of her power. The sacred Warrant of Trade. Only one obstacle remains on my path to obtaining it. The gates of the chamber are guarded by the Sentinel, an ancient device that will only open the door to a true heir of the dynasty. I expected to do this part myself, but never mind. You will offer your blood to the Sentinel.
Let's see. Oh, we can just straight up use our psychic powers against him in the dialogue. Why are you doing this? What is it? Is your blood too thin for the Sentinel? Have no intention of helping you. Will you let me join you? We can take the warrant from Theodora together. I'm gonna attack him. I'm gonna use my psychic powers against him, just to see what happens. I mean, he can't. Oh. He only needs my blood, but does he need me alive? I mean, we're in the intro. Surely. We'll probably be fine. Let's use the psychic powers against him. You close your eyes and try to focus, and then you feel the touch of something sharp. Voigtavir has somehow sensed the shift in the warp and delivered a preemptive strike. The blade flashes in the dim light, and drops of blood appear on your palm. For a brief moment you feel nauseous, your head is spinning, and then quiet whispers begin to flood your mind. More and more sourceless voices echo each other, drowning out your own thoughts, replacing them with a singular urge. Go to the gate. Go to the gate. Go to the gate. Fight the voice in your head. Get out! I am not your puppet. The voices in your head giggle and mock your desperate outcry. You feel this intruding influence forcing you onto your feet and making you take a step towards the gates looming in the center of the chamber. You were wounded by the corrupted weapon, which led to a warp entity invading your mind. Damn it. One of the available dialogue options requires making a skill test, unlike with passive tests which are made automatically. In this case, you can decide whether or not to select an option, the consequences of which will depend on the result of the associated test. Success or failure affects how the dialogue develops. Depending on the context, you might change the course of the conversation, alter the character's attitude, or perform an action whose consequences will only become apparent later. Hover your cursor over the dialogue option that requires a skill test and you will see a tooltip detailing your chances of success. The number after the skill's name indicates the difficulty of the test. Once your character starts traveling with allies, the party member with the highest score in the applicable skill will be selected for each test. In the Gateway Arch, you see a cogitator with a human likeness built into the front panel. As you approach, the torso twitches slightly. This is a servitor, an obedient automaton created from a lobotomized human being. The Sentinel turns its head to you, one of its eye sockets lighting up with two ember-like irises. Mandy says the music is intense. Isn't it? Isn't it? It's kind of loud. But so, just so we're all on the same page, I guess there's like a piece of paper or something that gives you authority to be a rogue trader. A rogue trader has a ton of authority. That's what Theodora is, because the paper says she's the rogue trader. This guy pretty much set up a revolt on the ship to try to get the paper, so that he's the rogue trader instead of Theodora. And currently, because of our bloodline, we can open the door because we're supposed to be next in line to become the rogue trader. But now he's forcing us to open the door. And he's forcing us by like possessing our mind currently. I tried to fight him, but I couldn't do it. A TakuTetra? No, a TakuTetra. And yes, he is the rogue traitor. He's the rogue traitor trying to become the rogue trader. Let's see. Tech use. Examine the device. Tech use test succeeded. You carefully inspect the design of the gate cogitator. What immediately catches your eye is the strange alloy that was used as material for this machine's components, some of which are unfamiliar to you. You suspect this might be some kind of archaeotech relic, which is an incredibly rare and powerful piece of technology from humanity's ancient past. The servitor on the gate begins to move. With the screeching and groaning of metal, it leans forward closer to you. Its lower jaw opens with a drawn-out shriek, much wider than the jaw of a living human could. The servitor's mouth is filled with sharp, metallic fangs that glint in the dim light. The vid screen to the right of you lights up, showing strings of mysterious symbols on a green background. Rogue trader, I barely know her. This guy. A whisper. You are wounded by the corrupted weapon, warp entity invading your mind. A whisper runs through your consciousness, insisting, demanding sacrifice. The voices that filled your head after VTuber wounded you with his blade did not go away. On the contrary, their source coiled itself into a tight knot somewhere in the depths of your mind. Can I examine again? The servitor looks noticeably different from the ones you are used to. Its skin covering is stitched together with copper thread, and it has metal hinges in place of the standard joints. It seems that the creators of the Sentinel did everything to ensure that the service life of this unit would be much longer than that of ordinary automatons. Let's look for anything that can be used as a weapon. You look around in hopes of finding at least something that could work as a weapon. Your search is in vain. The chamber anteroom is completely empty and in perfect working condition. Nary a broken panel or a protruding piece of rebar in sight.
Did you forget something? I suggest you hurry.
Alright, we have no choice. We have to place our hand into the Sentinel's maw. The Sentinel's jaws clamp around your hand, puncturing your skin and sinking into your flesh. A few dark drops fall into the servitor's throat, and immediately you hear humming as the servo motors start up and the pumps stir into motion. The vid screen of the cogitator flickers. Several long minutes pass. The Sentinel's jaws remain closed, and you are beginning to feel sick. Perhaps if you were to lean against the gate, you could catch your breath. Maybe even close your eyes and pretend none of this ever happened.
High levels of caustic humus. The subject is in a state of heightened stress. Do you require assistance?
What? You do not understand where this quiet voice is coming from, crackling like static. Is it the Sentinel, the cogitator? Is it a figment of your weary mind? Whatever it is, you can clearly hear every word. My guess? If I had to guess, they probably put some kind of defense mechanism so that you can't open the gate under duress. You only hear Kashi Theater now. The Kashi Theater. Yes. Yes, I do require assistance. Pain shoots through your head and subsides just as quickly. It would seem the entity coiled in your consciousness does not have the ability to do you any real harm.
Request accepted. Initiating defense protocol.
Dang!
There is still another way.
Alright. Honestly, we should close this door. We don't need to be in here, right? That guy ran away. Nice. They got smoked. But now, we can head inside. Take a look. The enormous gates match the importance of the thing they protect. The massive doors are made of heavy metal and look impregnable.
Let us not dawdle.
Let it be known that by my will and by the true words of this document, I appoint this person to be the bearer of the warrant of trade and bestow upon them and their dynasty the great mission to be the paragon of humanity unbroken by adversity, to walk bravely first into darkness, to unite and reclaim what was lost, to triumph over nightmares untold, to hold boldly the reins of fate, to walk steadily the road of thorns through pain to greatness.
Escort the child of the house to safety.
The servo skull's creaking gradually turns into comprehensible words. I need to contact someone, preferably Theodora.
Voxcast frequencies disrupted. Initiating setup. Establishing connection.
Voxmaster, restore communication with the navigator's sanctum. I am trying to contact the bridge. If anyone can hear me on this frequency, regroup all available forces and head to the upper decks at once. I repeat, regroup all available forces and head...
In place of the mechanical screeching, the servo skull's vox projects the voice of Theodora von Valancius, distorted and ridden with static, yet still recognizable beyond a doubt.
Communication protocols breached. Signal latency assessment unavailable. Unable to establish two-way connection.
What madness is happening here? Who are you? Who addresses me?
Temporary obnubilation following acute stress. Mobile unit of the Warren Sentinel standing by.
Are you the Warrant Sentinel?
Mobile unit of the Warren Sentinel, designed as a personal escort of the child of the house and a means of communicating with the rogue trader's subjects. Mobile unit standing by.
I need a weapon. I am utterly defenseless.
Distance from the current location to the nearest arsenal. Initiating situational calculations.
The servo skull goes silent, its relays clicking. Second after second passes, and you realize that the servo skull will not answer you. Lead me away from here.
Middle and upper decks. Assuming the probability of safe placement in areas of concentration of armed units. Calculating. To prevent unauthorized units from breaching the warrant chamber, preemptive sealing must be initiated. The mobile unit will start executing the received order immediately after the safety of the warrant is secured.
What? As the game story unfolds, you will see notifications at the top of the screen indicating that the status of your current objective has been updated and that new information has been added to your journal. You can open the journal by pressing J or clicking left mouse button on the notification at the top of the screen. Journal entries help you keep track of current events and guide your character on their journey. The Quest tab tracks the progress of the main story. Here, you can find information about any quests you have accepted and their current status. Use the journal to help yourself understand where to go on the next steps of your adventure. The rumors and contract sections also contain important information. You will learn more about them later. Okay.
Keep your wits about you.
Let's see where we can go, I guess. I don't know. I mean, that other guy went this way, kind of, right? Huh. Maybe this way? I don't know how we got in here. Oh. Can interact with that turret. Let me see. Still red hot from the gunfire, the engines of death froze as they finished off the heretics that had infiltrated the sanctum of the void ship. When you have ramen, do you drink all your broth?
Keep my options open.
If it's at a restaurant, it depends on how good the broth is. If it's at home, no. If it's like water and ramen soup powder packet, I'm not drinking that. But if it's at a restaurant, yeah. Speaking of drinking stuff, I gotta go get some water. My throat is dry. Painfully so. I'm gonna take a quick break. I'll be right back. Be back before you know it. BRB. Hello, 'tis I, back from pee break. Alright. And I got my water. Just dying in here, man. Alright. Maybe now I can think properly. My brain's off. Can I go through this door?
I always have a backup plan.
I bet you do. Where's the door? Where... Dude. Where's the door? Oh, seal the warrant chamber. Yes, we probably should seal that, huh? Oh.
Run, fools, or fall!
Damn! That guy got sawed in half.
Master, whatever are you doing in the warrant chamber? How did you... Throne preserve me, what is the meaning of this?
Seneschal Abelard, where Zarian has lost some of his former polish. His forehead is sweating, and one of the sleeves of his coat is torn and soaked through with blood. Nonetheless, despite his heavy breathing, he stands firm and his gaze is demanding. Albeit somewhat surprised, he surveys the carnage around him. His brow furrows, and he places a hand on his weapon. VTuber is a traitor. When we parted ways on the officer's deck, he stunned me somehow and brought me here. His burrow furrowed. I made a little pronunciation mistake there. Whoops.
What?
He intended to take revenge on Theodora for something, and trying to reach the warrant was somehow part of that plan.
Oh, holy God, Emperor. I presume he is the one responsible for the mutiny. And, Master, I wish to remind you that you are to refer to the Lord Captain as Lady Theodora.
I don't think so. Abelard clutches his forehead. He looks lost for the briefest of moments, but then quickly finds his resolve again. So it would seem. But he is not here, and we have a mutiny to end.
Indeed. Indeed. That is easier said than done, of course. But seeing one of Lady Theodora's heirs alive inspires at least some degree of optimism.
Oh, is everybody else dead? We don't have to worry about our competition anymore? Excellent. A little oopsie whoopsie. Just a little teeny tiny oopsie whoopsie.
You're in a bad way. I can treat your wounds. I have a Medicaid kit with me. And for the love of the throne, now is not a good time to be walking around the decks without means of self-defense. Here.
Items received. Stub revolver, sword, armored body glove, and a medikit. While fighting, your character can lose some of their wounds. Your character has suffered an injury after being attacked by VTuber. This happens when a character receives damage that exceeds 50% of their maximum wounds within 1 round. The exact percentage of wounds a character must lose for this to happen may vary depending on the difficulty of the game you choose. Injuries reduce the character's resolve. When a character initially suffers an injury, it is considered a fresh injury during the first 3 rounds. Once 3 rounds have passed, a fresh injury becomes an old injury. A fresh injury can be healed using a medikit without passing any skill test. Old injuries can be healed with a medikit, but they require the character administering the treatment to pass a Medicaid skill test to succeed. Use medikits to restore wounds and heal injuries. Note that when a character loses all their wounds, they fall unconscious. Once the combat is over, the wounds of all party members are replenished automatically, but any injuries they may have sustained remain. Those can be healed with a medikit. Medikits can only be used by characters who have the field medic feature, base skill Medicae, or have taken Medicae skill advancement at least once. Whenever a character uses a medikit in battle, a Medicae skill test determines the number of wounds that will be restored as a result. Abelard can heal your character's injury. Click left mouse button on Abelard's portrait, select the medikit on the panel at the bottom left of your screen, and then use it on your character. Abelard needs to be standing right next to your character for him to administer the treatment. Oh.
Look no further.
Let's not waste time with pleasantries.
Oh, it's a stack. Stack 1 of 20 for old injuries. Damn.
I'm at your service.
Alright.
Let me help.
I'll make sure to return the favor one day.
You have gotten new items. All items are added to your inventory. You can open it by pressing I or clicking on the bag icon at the right side of the screen. On the inventory screen, weapons, armor, and other items can be equipped or interacted with in other ways. Medikits can be used to replenish wounds and heal injuries. To equip new weapons or armor, open your inventory from I and double-click left mouse button on the item. Alternatively, you can hold left mouse button to drag the item to the right slot. It will become highlighted once you start dragging the item. To view the parameters of an item, to view the parameters of an item, hover your cursor over its icon and wait for the information window to appear. Another way to view details about an item is to click right mouse button on its icon, then select info. You can switch between party members using the arrows at the top of your inventory screen, or clicking left mouse button on a character's portrait. Item descriptions contain comparisons with any corresponding items already equipped by the character. Right. Well, let's take a look. So, I wonder if you can... Oh.
That is a noticeable improvement. Now you're prepared for the trials ahead. The lower decks are teeming with heretics instigating the rabble to revolt. But that is the least of our problems. The ship's enforcers are rounding up the scoundrels and suppressing the resistance. The situation on the middle decks is much worse, although strike teams have already been dispatched there. All communication with the bridge and the engineering bay was lost. So, apart from scattered voxcasts, we have no information to go on. But that is not the worst of it all. All these jolts and shaking are most alarming. These are signs that the navigator and the master helmsman are having difficulty translating the ship out of the warp and into real space. I fear that they may have already lost control. We must reach the navigator's sanctum and get a handle on the situation. If we can manage that, some aboard this vessel may yet survive.
What exactly has gone wrong with the translation?
I am no helmsman, or God Emperor preserve me navigator. However, I've spent my entire life aboard void ships equipped with warp drives, and I know that portents such as these do not bode well. It could be that the Gellerfield has faltered. Perhaps the navigator was struck down by warp corruption and is fighting for the last shreds of his humanity as we speak. If we get thrown off course, we will be forever lost in the war. Naturally, we would likely not have long to live in that scenario. But I will not resign myself to such an outcome just yet.
How did you find me?
You sent me a Vox message. Specifically, a Vox cast on the officer's frequency, which I had the good fortune to receive. You mean to say you did no such thing?
What? I think the Warrant Sentinel may have sent that message. It appeared when I opened the chamber.
Warrant Sentinel? The Lord Captain barely ever ventures down to the chamber, and I was at her side only once or twice when she did. And I did not see anything of the sort.
What the heck?
The Warrant Chamber is an ancient and rather sacred mechanism that the ship's tech priests treat with the utmost reverence. I assume that whatever it is that you did, you must have activated certain processes and caused the Sentinel to awaken. But then, why did none of it happen when Lady Theodora did the same?
What can we expect to find in the Navigator's Sanctum?
During warp transit, the Sanctum is closed to all who are not involved in traversing the Empyrean. And for good reason. For the Navigator to open their third eye and perceive the way, the Sanctum must be bathed in the energies of the Immaterial. Only a Navigator can withstand such an ordeal. For the rest of us, any contact with the warp is fraught with perils such as loss of sanity, spontaneous mutations, and death.
Abelard does not bat an eye as he lists all the horrors that you are about to face. I heard one of Theodora's Voxcasts.
Lady Theodora's. Which one? The last one I received was about the Navigator's Sanctum, and that was a good while ago. In any case, let us hope that the Lord Captain is well, and safely in charge of the ship's defense. In the meantime, we must do all we can to prevent the ship from veering off course.
For the Imperium and humanity, lead the way, Seneschal.
Come.
Kinda hype. A wave of static suddenly erupts from the servo skull, and you can make out Theodora's words through the noise.
The Lord Captain is calling her crew to battle, which means the Vox networks are set up for broadcast transmission, not message exchange. Splendid. While the rogue trader inspires proper resolve to fight in her subjects, you and I shall prove that her trust in us is well deserved. Onward!
The Seneschal's eyes light up, and his smile... My brain is frying in real time. The Seneschal's eyes light up, and he smiles with grim determination. That is a lot of dudes. Combat begins with the tactical phase, during which characters cannot attack or take other actions, but may try to take up advantageous positions. Select the character by clicking left mouse button on their portrait at the top of the screen, then click left mouse button on the cell you want the character to move to. Red cells are areas inaccessible to the character. During the tactical phase, each character in the party may move up to their maximum movement points, but cannot position themselves adjacent to an enemy. Press space to start the battle. Okay. This is fine. I'm just gonna put Abelard in front. We should be good. Everything else is fine.
Pain and duty go hand in hand.
Be careful. Companions can get hurt by your burst attacks or area attacks. To avoid friendly fire, keep an eye on the trajectory of the shots and the area of effect of area attacks and melee burst attacks. Your new companion is a warrior. Abelard specializes in melee combat at drawing the enemy's attacks. Charge is a unique warrior ability that works only when they are using a melee weapon and is not considered an attack action. Use charge to close the distance between you and the enemy and deal damage. Click left mouse button on the ability's icon and choose a direction to charge in. If an enemy is in the direct path of charge, Abelard will attack them and will still be able to use an attack action afterwards if he has not used one this turn. Note that charge can only be used if the character is 2 or more cells away from their target. This character is using a melee weapon. Melee attacks require the character to be adjacent to this enemy. To make a melee attack, click left mouse button on the strike ability, then on the enemy you wish to attack. Unlike single shots, melee attacks hit automatically with no need for a roll. The enemy will try to dodge and parry the attack if they are using a melee weapon of their own. Melee weapons can be used to make area attacks. All creatures in the area will suffer damage unless they succeed on a dodge test or a parry test if they are armed with a melee weapon. Damage dealt by melee weapons depends on the weapon's parameters and the attacker's strength score. I feel like I've read like a whole book's worth of reading so far. Okay. Sorry, so much reading. There must be at least 2 free cells between the warrior and the target to use charge, so they're already too close to me, so I can't do that. We could cleave. How's about we cleave?
It will be done. Reduce the dust.
Nice. Okay, and this shouldn't cost me anything. So I think I could do this? Yeah. Nice. Characters with melee weapons can make an attack of opportunity if an opponent in an adjacent cell initiates movement. It can also be triggered by some abilities. All characters with melee weapons, including members of your party, can make attacks of opportunity. The chance to hit and deal damage is calculated just like a normal attack. Okay.
I will do my duty.
Okay.
I've suffered worse.
Nice. The combat abilities of characters differ depending on their archetype. Available abilities are located at the bottom right of the screen on the abilities panel. To read the full description of the ability, hover your cursor over its icon, or click right mouse button on it. Click left mouse button on the icon to use the ability. Before the ability is used, you will get to review its estimated outcome while hovering your cursor over a character or an area of your choosing. You will also see the ability's area of effect, and each character in this area will have a number displayed over them denoting the possibility of being successfully affected. If the ability's effect is guaranteed to work, the ability's icon is displayed instead of a number. When you are ready to use the ability, click the left mouse button again to confirm your choice. During your adventures, your characters will gain new abilities and talents as their power grows. You can view the full list of available abilities and talents on the Features tab in the character menu. Welcome to IK12. Welcome back. You got a good narrator voice. Thank you, thank you. I try. Listen to this better than anything back in school. Thank you, thank you. I try. Thank you for the compliment. Welcome in. I hope you enjoy. There's a lot of dialogue. We're just starting the game today, so I'm still in the intro, so we're getting a ton of tutorial stuff. And Appy says, here's the oat milk latte and London fog with soy milk. Nice. Asray and Mandy might have passed out. But it's okay. That's okay. Oh, okay. I don't know what just happened. Bet I showed up right on time? That you did. That you did. Welcome in. Let's see. We'll burst fire, I guess? Oh, but the burst fire has a chance of hitting my ally, huh? We could voice of command. Damn. I'm gonna risk it. I'm just gonna shoot. If Abelard gets hit, that's rough, but I'm just gonna shoot.
Who even taught you to fight like this?
That's not what I thought would happen. Abelard just took, like, all the shots. Well... That's rough.
I'll make it happen.
That is rough, I must say.
I'll see to it personally.
I was like, oh, surely it's gonna be like an area of effect. You know? Surely. All the shots go straight into Abelard.
Death to the weak.
Nice dodge.
Chaos guides me. My ears are ringing.
Damn.
At your beck and
Got him. We can charge this guy too. Oh. We dodged it. Nice. Okay. Let's try this shot again. It's a 24% chance, that's why. Let's try this. If I get close, maybe? Asbury says, don't ever accuse me of passing out. I lurk menacingly. Easy. Literally, though, I was listening while I was playing zombies and visualizing an entirely different game. It is a very... So far...
I'll make it happen.
I can't believe I missed. So far, I'm enjoying the game a lot.
As good as done.
There is a lot of reading, but I heard that when you get to the later parts of the game, the combat sequences are really long, which is what I'm looking forward to.
I won't compromise my principles.
I'm looking forward to longer combat. Currently, the dialogue is kind of long, but... I mean, it's not the worst thing in the world.
I took care of this one.
We're slowly getting a little more freedom to do what we want. Something is on fire in the square. I don't know if it will
Tried and
affect us,
tested
though.
tactics are the best ones.
Yeah, doesn't seem to affect us.
It will be done. Reduce to
Got him.
dust.
You can advance the level of your character and companions. Prevailing in battles, exploring the Cronus Expanse, and completing quests earns you experience points. Once you have accumulated enough experience, your character gains a new level. Click on the arrow symbol on a character's portrait to open the level screen. Each level gained offers your characters new progression options, which include new abilities, talents, skill improvements, and other enhancements. Your companions gain new levels at the same time as your character. Even if they are not included in the active party during your journeys, you can always increase their level later. Good. Very good.
I know how to take risks.
Okay, let's take a look here. This is confusing as hell. What? Can I only go one way? What? I don't know what this means. But it seems like you can only select one, but what is that? What? 12 says, I'm getting confused now, though. Okay, so to catch you up to speed, all you need to know is there's I don't know how to explain it. There's humanity and the forces of chaos. in the far future. Humanity follows the Emperor, and the Emperor, or there's a special position in humanity called the Rogue Trader, who has a lot of influence, I guess. We are in line to become the next Rogue Trader. However, the ship that we're on has been compromised, and there's a guy that has staged a revolt on the ship in an attempt to get the Rogue Trader permissions for himself. Thankfully, he was not successful. We fended him off, but now the ship is still under attack, and we are trying to quell the revolt. I don't really know how to explain it better. But yeah, and Appy forgot put pastries in the oven. Don't let that burn. And yeah, I played Darktide for like 30 minutes and rage quit, yeah. The nice thing about Darktide is that Darktide is very agreeable with second monitors. If I want to click away from Darktide and do stuff, the game doesn't freak out. But other games will freak out. Like Battlefield 1 will freak out like super hard if you click away. Space Marine 2 freaks out like a little bit, but Darktide like never freaks out. So that's like my go-to game when I want to watch a YouTube video. But yeah, there's not just chaos. There are other factions, but in this case right now, I think we're only concerned with we're concerned with the heretic forces on the ship, which are humans who had their minds corrupted by the warp. So they become heretics, mixed with a guy that's trying to actively stage a revolt. And I think that would fall broadly under the umbrella of chaos or something like that. Anyways, is this the only skill I can choose? Doesn't really... What? I can't... Do I have to click this, or... I don't... There's my headset dying. Let's up our persuasion. Did I do it? I don't know if I did. Okay. I don't understand. It's fine. We're... Oh. I guess the first skill that you unlock is just an increase in stats, and then after that you get more actual like skills. I see. And 12 says, "All right, gonna head out. God bless. Have a good stream. Thank you for joining us today. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day. Thank you for joining us. Thank you. Hope to see you again. Adios." Let's see. I think athletics would be best. Yeah. We'll go with that for now. 12 says, "Thank you, good sir. I have fun, and I hope you figure out this game." Thank you. I will certainly try my best. I shall certainly try my best. Defeated enemies have no further need for their former belongings, but you can discover valuable trophies among them. Click left mouse button on a defeated enemy to inspect what is left of them. Trophies on the right side of the trophy window go to your inventory. Such items can be used or equipped by your characters. Trophies on the left are packed up as cargo and sent to your ship, which can later be used to trade with various factions. You can move trophies from one side of the window to the other by dragging them over using left mouse button. Alternatively, you can use the buttons at the bottom to mass transfer all trophies to the cargo or inventory section of the trophy window and vice versa. Click collect all or press space to transfer the trophies from both sides of the trophy window to the corresponding windows. Are you gonna cream this guy? It was just one little message flub. You flub one time, and everybody remembers. What? What? Why do I have a million swords on me? Is it mine? Where's my stuff, man? I may have accidentally sent all my stuff to the cargo. Yeah, it's blank. Where's my stuff? Did I move all my stuff? See, look at that. To inventory. Like, what do you mean? Oh. Interesting. Oops. Wait. How do you... all that. Very interesting. I think I understand now, yes. Do I just not have armor? Oh, it's dual wield. Very interesting. Can I just... Oh, oh, no. What? I should have been paying more attention in that cargo menu. Here, put that in there. Oh, what? None. Is this better or worse? It's worse. It's okay. I guess it's one large shared inventory then. Okay. Not bad. Nothing to interact with in here, so let's continue on, I guess. Here is a map of your void ship. It consists of several parts between which you can travel. Some parts are not yet available, but over time your character will be able to access them. Click left mouse button on the active part of the void ship to move there. What?
I hear it. Here, on the threshold of the blinded guide, doom comes from the heavens.
Master, watch your head. Idira, would it be too much to ask that you phrase your soothsayings plainly for once? That was too close.
Sorry, old man. The voices are so loud I can't even hear myself. They shriek, they sing, they... Oh, Abela, how they sing.
This is Idira Tlas, personal psyker and diviner of Her Ladyship Theodora von Valancius. Idira?
I'm not drunk, old man. I'm suffering the effects of the warp that is seeping through these walls. I see the ship's fate. To die in the waves of the immaterium, fall under the burning rays of the final dawn. And in the roaring blaze, I see a figure standing. Who is it? I have no answer.
The entity in your consciousness shrinks and crawls in deeper, its claws scraping against the walls of your mind, as if the presence is trying to hide from the seer standing before you. What are you doing here?
The whispers called me. The ones I could make out among all the screams and screeches. Those who are rocking this boat hit us where it hurt. They went after the navigator, our guide through the warp. Other whispers called me to the enginarium, but it was too late. I heard the cry of our master cog, and the silence that followed.
What? You don't mean the Enginseer Prime is...
Said, without a doubt. And the voices wail, heralding countless nightmares, cackling at each soul among the hundreds that are now joining the warp. The shriek from the navigator's sanctum was louder than the rest. And it's better that we saved the navigator than some lever puller from a cooling module or a cook from the middle decks.
Officer's frequency. To all who can hear me, those with a weapon in their hands are to gather on the officer's deck at once. I repeat, gather on the officer's deck at once and prepare to launch a counterattack.
You hear a few clicks from the relays on the servo skull, which has followed you all the way here, and Theodora's scrambled words give way to a voice vaguely familiar to you. Sorry, my brain's kind of turning off right now.
That's Edelthrat. Oh, Emperor's Providence. The other heir lives as well. Quickly, we must head to...
Not so fast, old man. If we drown in the warp, Lady Theodora's heirs won't be any good to us. If Edelthrad's like me and hasn't yet surrendered his mind or body to the mercy of the warp, then he can still hold on a little longer without us.
Blast it. You're right. First, we need to deal with what is happening here.
A diviner, are you?
The voices from beyond the threshold whisper to me. Sometimes their murmurs are clear, they grant insight. Sometimes they drive me mad. But I am patient. I know how to listen and discern. But now, with this clamor around me, too many voices, too loud.
Idira nods. Yet her gaze is directed somewhere away from you.
And you, Von Valancius, are a sorcerer too, just like the other one. Lady Theodora must have grown so fond of psychers she wants one to replace her.
Idira turns her head to you, her vacant eyes flaring like embers. How do you know who I am?
What? You think Lady Theodora didn't ask me to peek into the darkness behind the backs of those she sees as her prospective heirs? I have seen you. I have seen the footsteps of your past and the wounds of your heart.
You flinch at the seer's words. No doubt she is referring to the nightmares the torturers inflicted upon your body and mind. Your muscles contract involuntarily, as if steeling themselves once more for the inevitable pain. We must see if the navigator is well. And welcome back to Mandy-chan. Welcome back.
Oh no. No. Nothing is well about him. Can't you feel the chill crawling on your skin? The eyes watching you? The warp ice has already encased the bulkheads. What follows is calamity. But we're not just going to stand here and take it, are we? The state of things in here suggests there's a navigator around. Maybe one who's crippled or at death's door, but still kicking. And since our skin hasn't peeled off our faces just yet, his third eye must be closed. At worst, it's a little roughed up. So what are we moping around for? Let's go protect that noble mutant while we're still alive.
Adira freezes, then slaps her cheeks, rubs her face, and looks at you. The supernatural glow is gone from her eyes, and a smirk spreads across her lips. Adira has joined your party, which now consists of several characters. To select one character, click left mouse button on their portrait. To select multiple characters, hold left mouse button and drag a box around them. To select the entire party and issue commands to all your characters at once, press backspace. Cool. Alrighty. Meat pies and a sausage roll. Nice. Slaps her cheeks. A fallen piece of debris that almost proved fatal to you. Without Adira's protection, you would have remained in this corridor forever.
I have a nose for profit and a taste for adventure.
Yes. The old cheek slap, yes. The very safe for work cheek slap, yes.
Rise to the
as
top or get
one
left in the
does,
dust.
yes. Let's see what's over here. Can I? The door does not budge. Clots of vicious flesh have entangled the metal, sealing the door shut. So I guess it really is just here, huh? Oh. Hurry, destroy this field. Don't keep our master waiting. Is that the navigator? Where's the team? There they are. Alright, let's get it.
Run, fools! Or fall!
Your Emperor won't save you.
Oh, this is a bad spot. Okay. I don't know about Abelard, though. There's no real good place for Abelard. Shoot. I should have put Abelard here, and then... Nah, well, actually... I didn't move yet, did I? I'll move Adira there. I'll move me back. I'll put Abelard here. I think this will be a good way to start.
Here we go.
Although I don't quite know what the Psychers can do yet, since we haven't fought any. Adira's abilities. Adira is a Psyker and an Operative. As an Operative, she can study opponents and identify their weaknesses, and her Psyker abilities allow her to deal damage to them. Analyze enemies is an Operative ability which applies the exploit effect to all enemies within the Operative's line of sight at the start of each of the Operative's turns. The Operative can also use this ability against a specific enemy to inflict several stacks of this effect. The higher the Operative's intelligence bonus is, the more exploit stacks will be inflicted. Whenever the Operative hits a target with an exploit applied to them, the attack deals additional damage. The amount of extra damage depends on the target's number of exploit stacks and the Operative's perception. Expose Weakness is an Operative ability which they can use against a single enemy who is under the exploit effect. This ability reduces the enemy's dodge, parry, and armor. The amount of reduction depends on the number of active exploits on the enemy and the Operative's perception. Adira is armed with a special staff that allows a Psyker to unleash psychic powers against enemies. In the future, you will encounter staves that only a Psyker versed in a certain discipline can use. For example, you might find a staff that lets a Psyker use Inferno, but to do so, they must first have the Pyromancy Psychic discipline learned. Okay. Whew. Let me catch up. Welcome into Bonzo. I see. Welcome in, Bonzo. How are you? Welcome to Rogue Trader stream. Let's see. Asbury says, it even said she looked at you and smirked after her cheeks got slapped. Safe for work? I don't know, man. Asbury's envisioning something else. No sweet treats. Isn't meat pie and a sausage roll considered sweet in a way? And Mandy says, can't hear stream right now because I'm watching something with Azure for a bit while we draw. No worries. And I don't even know what a rhubarb is, so... Okay. Here we go. Oh, sorry, I'm playing this like... I'm playing it like it's Baldur's Gate. And you have several that can do attacks at once. Let me think about this. It's probably for the best that you can only do one, huh? Deal damage. Increase target's dodge. Parry. Let's try this, actually. We'll increase Abelard's dodge and parry, since Abelard is really close up. We could try... Lightning Arc? I don't... If you hit this guy, I don't know if it hits this guy, but we can try.
Anything else?
Nope! That was a really cool effect, though.
Was that you? Or...
We'll try that. Oof.
Brace yourself, Abelard.
Hologram. You can use the hologram to gauge the effectiveness of your intended actions in combat before taking them. Click left mouse button on any accessible cell on the battlefield to place the character's hologram there. Select an ability or a single shot attack to see the expected outcome. The action will be displayed as if used from the hologram's location to let you assess whether you have picked an effective position for the action you are planning to take. The hologram also lets you see if the enemy will be within your line of sight after you move to the selected cell. Click left mouse button again to confirm your choice and execute the selected action. Click right mouse button anywhere on the battlefield and press the escape key to cancel. How do you... Huh? Doesn't really say anything about how to use the hologram. Okay. Got him. Nice.
I'll make it happen.
I'll buff Abelard.
Who, if not me?
Nice. Okay. And we can strike just this one guy. Got him. I should have given Abelard a pistol, huh?
Indeed.
Oh. There we go. And that guy's too far. Okay. I think we'll have to end the turn. Man, that Heretic Psyker is going to cause a problem, though. I don't think I can hit that guy that far. Oh, I can.
Not this Scryer's job.
Or not? It's not. Can I buff him the second time? Damn it, I can't see all his buffs. I want to see if he has the I one 2 times. He only has 1. Yeah. Okay.
That is not my destiny.
Damn it. Okay, we don't really have much choices here. I don't want to move up because I don't want her to get hit.
Pain and duty go hand in hand.
I am ready for whatever comes.
Well, that didn't work. Okay, I guess that's not working. Let's try this. I'll move up here,
I've seen
right?
worse battles than this in my time.
And I'll hit this guy. Good. And now all we have left is a cycle. Ow.
Cover me! Anything else?
Nice. Ah, I should have done this earlier. That's okay. Problem solved.
On it.
It's gonna whack this guy. No way. Your character has just missed. To increase hit chance, equip your character with a decent weapon and place them on a vantage point. Abilities and talents that improve weapon skill characteristic will help you hit more often in close combat. For improved marksmanship, learn talents that increase the perception and ballistic skill characteristics. No way, dude. How do you miss? I don't understand. Yeah, I'm just gonna...
A tactically sound approach.
I'm gonna hope for the best. Got him! The creature in the chair appears as if it has become one with its throne. You can see pink parchment, like skin, stretched between the seat and the limbs that have too many joints for a normal human being. The navigator is breathing heavily, the air whistling as it exits through the 2 dark, gill-like slits on its cheeks. The creature's eyes are shut, the 2 ordinary eyes as well as the 3rd one that sits in the center of its forehead.
I believe Master Vespider still lives. Well, the servants are dead, but the chamber, thank the Emperor, is still sealed from the warp. Well, we have a chance of leaving this place alive.
Abelard flinches at the sight of the stretched skin and the dark marks on the face of the creature. Address Adira. What is wrong with it?
Wounded. Exhausted. Fighting back the endless horrors of the warp that are forcing their way into his head. Pick one.
Your time is short.
The navigator stirs, barely able to lift his head and half open his normal eyes. A dark drop rolls from under the closed lid of the 3rd eye and down his face, leaving behind a black trail. The voice is coming from the box grill at the base of the bizarre chair. It is unclear how the navigator is able to produce human speech. Our time is short to do what?
Fall to your knees, mortals, and behold the final dawn.
Suddenly, the navigator's body starts thrashing in place. It lurches forward, then falls back onto the seat, then thrusts forward again, as its bones crack and its skin tears open. However, the fusion between the body and the chair appears to be stronger than these wild impetuses. The mutant remains seated, but leans as far forward as he can, his layered raiment slowly turning crimson. The gill slits burst open, forming two hideous, screaming mouth-like pits.
Ah! It came from beyond! His body is not his!
Adira's scream is echoed by the silent cries in your head. The unseen creature triumphs at the sight of the navigator succumbing to the paroxysms of corruption. Why is a warp creature still in our mind?
Its march thunders under the burden of hopes. Unseal your hearts, and I will flood your souls with myriads of words and meanings, each one a portent of salvation within me.
What? The navigator continues to convulse violently in his seat, shrieking and cackling, but then his fit stops abruptly. His face is drenched in black and crimson. The dark ooze from under his third eyelid has turned from a trickle into a stream mixed with the blood coming out of his nose, and there is purplish swelling around the eye.
Run. Flee from this place while I still have the strength. I can contain the intrusion, but not for long. We must begin the translation. Leave the warp. But it can't be done without the Master Helmsman's help.
I want to help you. Tell me how.
Run. The sanctum will be sealed. I will hold it off. Hold on. And wait for the signal from the Master Helmsman. Then I will commence the translation. So, run. Run.
Who torments you?
The urge. Kneel before the ascent of a new champion. When the rite is complete, the shell will burst, and thousands of Moors will accept the sacrifice offered to the edge of daybreak by the bringer of twilight, the one marked by the will of the gods.
My mind is trying to wrap my head around what's happening right now, but I don't know if even if I attempt to, I don't know if I'll understand. I don't know if I'm meant to understand what's happening. Oh, my jaw just made a weird sound. The navigator starts thrashing about once more, his gill mouths bursting with crazed laughter. Each word rings through your head like the tolling of a bell, as if countless voices have joined in, screaming into your ears. For a moment, you lose your bearings. This unholy chorus must be trying to confound you with sounds not meant for this world. Address your companions. What is that supposed to mean?
A rite. A sacrifice offered. Oh. My heart tells me that Kunrad was not deterred by his defeat in the warrant chamber.
What? Kunrad betrayed Lady Theodora? Oh, but how is that? How? He was as loyal as a dog. And I didn't hear a thing, I swear.
The footfalls of the bringer masters. Tear out your eyes. See who is to become the champion's servant, for you need them no longer.
The navigator, or rather the thing that is so determined to seize his body, erupts into mocking laughter. The navigator is still alive, but barely so. What do we do now?
The ship can only begin the translation with the assistance of the Master Helmsman, if he is still alive. It is worth a try. We must get to the bridge, but we will need support. Our only option is to fight our way to the officer's deck and join forces with Edelthrad and his people. I believe we will also find Lady Theodora there. She must have heard the call to arms that the servo skull relayed to us earlier.
The spiders. Good luck. And thank you.
Adira reaches her hand out towards the navigator but pulls it back at the last moment. The navigator does not give her a response. Black tears mixed with blood are streaming from under the closed eyelids, and the vox at the base of the chair is bellowing out static, interspersed with distant echoes of otherworldly laughter. Okay. So... The navigator appears dead. Only the slightest movement of his chest and the twitching of his eyelids let you know that he is still clinging to life. Oh, that's very nice of... What is going on with his arm? Ew. What is happening with your left arm, good sir? Okay, I'm assuming we should be heading back out into the hallway. Let me loot real quick. I'll just take it all. Take it. Take all of it. In combat, a character may need to use different kinds of weapons, which can be prepared in advance. Open your inventory and prepare different weapon sets. To switch to a different weapon set in combat, press X. Swapping weapon sets in combat does not cost action points. Cool. Oops. Well, I should save anyway, but I didn't mean to click that. I meant to open this. So, we should probably give... Oh god. Thinking we should give him a... las pistol. As for this... The psychic staffs are the same, so... Well, actually, no, I'm a psyker, aren't I? Can I use it? I can. Wow. But the revolver still does more damage. Well, and actually, well, the lightning arc is pretty useful. That's fine. Okay. Generally, the gun does more damage, but...
Always keep your eye on the price.
But the staff can do damage to multiple. Well, this doesn't seem right. I don't think I'm going the right way. I still don't understand how the map works. I mean, I know I have a map, but it doesn't really tell me where to go. It just shows me nothing. I can't go back here, can I? Because I would imagine that I'm supposed to go down, but... Where the hell am I supposed to go? Don't answer that. That's rhetorical. But... Just a thing to... It is vital to make it to this meeting to unite forces with Edelthrad and confront... what's his face? I don't get it. I would go straight to where I need to go, but... Well, maybe I can go backwards?
Let us not dawdle.
Okay, I can just exit the area entirely. Good. Officer's deck? upper decker. Alright, let's see. Run! Oh, damn.
Your ship's as good as ours. It's all over for you.
Damn!
I shall pity not your enemies. I shall heed not their pleas.
Somebody shoot this.
I shall betray not your tenets, nor stray one step from them. Take not your gaze from me. Leave me not without your grace.
I told you he would protect us.
My God, my light, my Emperor.
The white-haired warrior turns to face you, her dark eyes blazing. The weapon quivers in her hands, and for a brief moment, it seems she is not going to stop and will instead continue eliminating every target she sees, starting with you.
Sister Argenta. Sister Argenta, it is a relief to see you. We require all the forces we can muster.
The Seneschal's voice seems to bring the warrior out of her battle trance.
Your face, it is unfamiliar. Who are you?
The young woman called Argenta lowers her weapon and scans your small party with an intense gaze. Then, she sets her sights on you. Taku von Valancius, the Lord Captain's heir.
The hour is dark and daunting. The ship abounds with corruption. The faces of friends are twisted by sneers of heresy. The eyes of comrades ignite with the archenemy's hunger. I will do what I must to halt the advance of the dark forces. But in these dire moments, little can be trusted. So I must know, why are you here?
Argenta gives you another stern appraisal. You catch something strange in the dark depths of her eyes, some internal struggle or a wordless question. In the end, however, she nods. Sorry, my brain is gone. I'm just kind of like staring blankly at the screen.
Sister, I beg of you. Now is not the time for interrogations. The ship is under attack by heretics. We've been betrayed by our esteemed Master of Whispers. Edelthrath the Heir is waiting for our aid, and Lord Captain Theodora is expecting a report on our success. We are here to deal with the situation, so I suggest we all do just that.
I am no traitor, sister. You can be sure of that.
If you speak truthfully, the Emperor will not forsake you. If you are lying, you will not escape his retribution. I cannot wait to rain righteous fire down upon each and every heretic.
What is a warrior of the Adepta Sororitas doing aboard a rogue trader's ship? Your orders are to serve the ecclesiarchy, do they not?
Sister Argenta is a guest of the Lord Captain. And that story deserves its own time and conversation. Under more appropriate circumstances.
Enough idle chatter. I am where I must be, and that will suffice.
Who are these people with you?
Overseer of Middle Deck AL-84, my lord. We were rounding up everyone we could find in the attack compartments when we ran into an ambush. Just about every enforcer fell. These are the survivors.
What is happening on the officer's deck?
Massacre, my lord. And heretics are not just killing the crew. Some kind of blight is sweeping through the decks, filling the air. I saw people going mad the moment they breathed it in, screaming about seeing their dead comrades, tearing out their eyes. I implore you, my lord, be on your guard.
We must get to the main hall of the deck.
Through this door. I shall join you, for it is my duty to the God Emperor to destroy this heresy.
We will follow. For now, we will hold off any heretics who might try to crawl in through the cracks to join the main assault. And we'll take a look at the generators while we're at it. Those villains made a mess of the cables. Oh, I wish we had a Tetramat with us. But we'll see what we can do without one.
Good to hear it. Sister?
Ready. May Terra's light illuminate our path through fire and darkness.
Okay. Let's take a look. The door is closed, but the lock looks intact. It can probably be opened with the right tool. Oh, that's not what I meant. You have received a new, more efficient weapon for your character. To upgrade your equipment, open the inventory. You can either hold left mouse button and drag the new item to a weapon slot, or double-click on the item's icon. You will find and purchase new equipment often on your travels, so do not forget to update your character's equipment in order to make them more powerful. Sounds good. Like this one there. Okay. Should be good. Talk to the overseer. Now. Guess we'll just get more goods. Okay, I think I understand how the looting system works now. Good. Oh. Argenta isn't even part of our thing. There we go. The explosion blasted a hole through the door, large enough for a person to get through. So can we get through it, or... Oh, the door can open. Good. Well, if it isn't the forces of heresy, of chaos, I mean. Okay, I'm gonna take a quick break. I gotta take a leak. But I will be right back. Give me just a moment. BRB. Hello. Sorry for the delay. My mind is off, man. Like, my brain is completely off. I can't think. I'm trying to do all this reading and I'm just like, I think like my brain's like partially shut off. Like, you know how they say you have like the little like micro naps or whatever throughout the day where your brain just turns off? I'm like mid micro nap. I'm like 20% of brain power right now. But I have been reading for about 4 hours now. Because I've even been reading in the character creator, so we've been stuck in dialogue for like 4 hours. Mostly. Okay. So here's what I'm gonna do. Sorry. So the plan for today, I actually only intended to go for about 5 hours, but I started about 30 minutes late because of the noise outside. My mom needs some help shopping, so I might have to go take care of that. I don't plan to end yet, but I think I might end soon. Here's the thing, I really want to keep playing this game because despite the large amount of dialogue, I am enjoying this game a lot. I think this game might actually be better in like shorter bursts because too much consecutive reading and my brain just kind of like stops processing what I'm reading. So, what I'm trying to say is that the original end time is coming up and my brain is off, so it's really hard to continue playing this game. I really want to continue playing the game. The problem is that I actually can't do it. I need to take like at least like a 3-hour break to reset my mind before I can continue reading, because the longer I go on with minimal brain power, the less I'm gonna retain, then the less I'm gonna understand. And I want to make sure I understand it, but right now the game's very like lore dense because we're in the intro and it's trying to set up everything and it's trying to introduce all the characters and there's like a million tutorials and I understand why they're doing it, but it also requires a lot of brain power on my part. So, but yeah, you know it's bad, or not bad. You know it's a lot when even I'm like, whoa now. It's a little too much story here, my man. If I think there's a lot of story, you know there's a lot of story. I'm normally a story guy. But yeah, I do enjoy this game. I just need to take a little break. But what's coming up right now is a fight. I'm like in a room for a fight, so I really enjoy the fighting. I'm gonna do it real quick. And then we'll see what time it is after that. And then depending on what time it is, I'll either continue for a little bit longer or I'll just call it a day. I imagine Appy says, matter of fact, there needs to be more reading. And also, I talk a lot, but even my voice is going out. I don't know if you can tell, but like my throat is starting to hurt a little bit just from the amount of like talking I'm having to do. And I talk a lot, you know. Like I used to be able to do like 8-hour streams and talk the whole time. So if my voice is going out, it's a lot of reading. I don't know. I don't want to make any guarantees for tomorrow, but I do want to just like get right back to it. So I'll just say there's a chance of me streaming tomorrow, I guess. We'll just call it a chance. And then as for what happens tonight, I have been meaning to try out the Tiny Glade stream at some point. I imagine Appy would be streaming tonight, so I'll kind of work around that, I think. If he's streaming, I'll just do it after, or just do it a different night, I think. But I want to keep playing stuff, man, but I just can't my brain is turned off. Games that are disguised as novels really be the funniest. I mean, novels that are disguised as novels are the funniest. That's not what I meant either. I don't mind. It's nice. I mean, I'm not a big book guy. I'm not a big fan of books, but it's pretty good. I remember that Carnage guy. He does stuff in a similar vein to this. But I remember I watched a short where Ko was talking about how if the veneer of the game was changed, like Baldur's Gate has like the full voice acting and the full like narration, the full motion capture. Ko was saying that if Rogue Trader had that, then it would be really hard for him to choose what the game of the year would be between Baldur's Gate and Rogue Trader. So I am looking forward to what's coming. But Appy says you should take short breaks throughout the stream like me. I could, but I don't know. I get kind of like... The hard part is that, yeah, it resets your brain. But I get in kind of a groove. Like, I'm the kind of person that once I get in the groove, my brain is like an old car engine, you could say. You turn the key to start the car takes a while to warm up, but once the car is warmed up, then the car usually operates pretty well. But if you turn the car off, there's no saying that the car will start again. And that's what happens when you take a break. For me. If I turn the car off, that engine, it might not be workable anymore. Which has happened to me before. I have taken like short breaks through the stream over the years. I don't know if you guys can tell, but sometimes I come back from like a bathroom break and I'm just like, what am I doing? What's the stream and blah blah blah. But yeah, like Azray says, don't listen to them. Sit through 10 hours of straight gameplay, no hydrate. Okay, I need the hydrate, but yeah. I mean, if this game were just combat, I would just go for several more hours. The problem is that this game also has reading, and I want to make sure I know what's happening.
The Emperor is with us.
And doing all that reading requires a lot of brain power on my part, so. But yeah. I could vibe once an hour like Appy, but it just, for me personally, it takes me out of it. So I have a hard time stepping away for 10 minutes and then coming back. I can. It just generally is kind of difficult for me to do so. Anywho, let's try this. Full and partial covers give you the opportunity to avoid enemy attacks. Full cover, indicated by a skull on the shield, reduces the chance to be hit by 60%. Partial cover reduces it by 35%. At the same time, the chance to hit a character behind cover may vary depending on the difficulty of the game you choose. Some cover can be destroyed by melee attacks, area attacks, and other abilities. Destructible cover has a durability bar above it. Single shots can penetrate through any cover. Wow. Interesting. I'm gonna buff Abelard since Abelard is next. Abelard is next up.
I'll see to it personally.
And I'll see if I can shoot.
Another enemy down.
Nice. Okay. Now here's the tough part. I don't know if I should stay in cover or have Abelard just charge on ahead. You know what? Let's try it. Let's pistol burst.
It will be done.
I want to see if I can do this twice. Because you'd think, right? But it doesn't seem like you can, you know?
Someone else can do this.
Oh, ability cannot be used again this turn. That's why. Okay, well... Oh, I forgot to heal myself. Oh no, I'm fine. Never mind. It's all good. Okay, We'll just deflect. No?
Victory is imminent.
There we go. Brace for impact.
Chaos guides me.
I will endure.
I want to see what Argenta can do. Argenta is the warrior of the Adeptus Sororitas and a soldier. She is an expert with burst, ranged weapons, and weapons that deal damage in an area. Another of Argenta's strengths is her mobility in combat. Run and Gun is a unique soldier ability. Using it grants the soldier extra movement points and reduces the cost of their attack by 1 action point. The soldier will also suffer a -10 penalty to their ballistic skill for this attack. Run and Gun also allows the soldier to perform an additional attack with a ranged weapon, which is a handy tool if you want to make more than one attack with them on their turn. Revel in Slaughter is a soldier ability which can be used once for each 3 enemies the soldier kills in a single battle. Revel in Slaughter is a soldier ability which can be used... see, my brain is turning off. For each 3 enemies the soldier kills in a single battle. Each activation of this ability increases the soldier's ballistic skill, critical hit chance, and critical damage. This effect stacks and lasts until the end of combat. Certain types of weapons let you make burst attacks. Unlike single shots, burst fire requires you to select a direction rather than a specific target. Burst attacks are particularly effective against clusters of enemies. Appy says, Sister of Battle. Sister of Battle! When performing a burst attack, the character fires several successive shots in different directions. Most of these shots are concentrated in the center of the selected attack cone. Therefore, the more enemies there are in the center of this area, the more of them will be damaged if the attack is successful. All shots fired after the first one are less accurate and have a higher chance of deviating from the central trajectory. Be careful, burst fire shots can hit allies if they are standing in the direction of the attack. You know, I've heard of the Sisters of Battle, but I have not actually seen them in action, so this is a perfect opportunity. Let's see. Oh, this is rough. We can't really shoot because this guy's too close. We can't shoot him. We would need a melee weapon, which I don't think I have. Oh no! There we go. So, thankfully, the pistols you can shoot when they're close by. So, friendly fire. Gotta play Dawn of War. I definitely want to play Dawn of War. I think I'm gonna wait until that remaster comes out, and then I think I'll pick it up. I think it's gonna be $40 though. Soulstorm DLC will introduce you to Adeptus Sororitas. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. But Soulstorm DLC for Dawn of War? Is that correct? Is that the one?
Faith without deeds is worthless.
Rookies!
Damn it! I just hit my allies. Some shots are able to pierce enemies through and deal damage not only to them but also to characters standing behind them. The armor penetration parameter is found on most weapons and affects how much damage a target takes, as well as determines the chance of over-penetration. Some weapons have the over-penetration parameter, which depends on the type of weapon, the value of the weapon's armor penetration parameter, and the character's talents. In the case of over-penetration, characters standing behind the target will receive less damage. Damn it. And yep, not sure how they will do the remake, but it should have Sisters of Battle. Ah, thank you. As I understand, the remaster slash remake is going to include all the DLC ever released for Dawn of War. So I think it should be included. Oh, what am I doing? I just realized. I'm talking about how I can't shoot because this guy's too close to me. I could have just moved. You know? Why didn't I just move behind this chair and just shoot? Whatever. I mean, I would have got hit because this guy's overwatched, but it's whatever. That's fine. See, this is what I'm talking about with the... I don't know what dimension I'm in already. My mind is gone. The only faction missing was Tyranids. Ooh. The Tyranids. Tyranids are so cool, man. Let's see. Can try to exploit this guy, maybe? And... shoot. I want to step out of cover, but... ooh. I want to try Lightning Arc, but I don't know... It says chains up to 4 targets within a 3-cell radius. I don't know if targets include allies, so I could shoot it and just have it affect me, which I really don't want. So I'll shoot far away. Try that. I got one. Okay. And we can increase the target's dodge and parry, so we'll increase the dodge and parry for Argento. So that if this heretic does try to hit Argenta, I'm hoping it'll deflect. Or dodge. The attack will be dodged. Okay. Technically, Grey Knights and Adeptus Mechanicus were missing as factions, but they were included in the Space Marine faction. Ah. I just love the Space Marines, man. I'm so glad to be playing Warhammer games because I love Gears of War. I've been so starved for Gears of War content, and I feel like I'm finally getting the Gears of War content I wanted, but I'm getting it from Warhammer. Which I know that Gears was inspired by Warhammer, but I didn't know this until recently, so... I'm very glad.
I'll make it happen.
Shoot. I'll just hit this guy. I know it's kind of overkill, but let's get rid of him.
You never stood a chance.
Oh, that's rough. Well, we might be okay. I mean, things haven't been too difficult so far. So here's what I'll do. I'll move here, and I'll slice. I think this might be enough.
Is at the fore.
Please crit. Let's go. It did crit. Nice. Okay. Nice dodge. Hmm. %, versus... oh, they're all... it's 37... whatever. I'll just try it. Nice. Not bad. How many bullets do I have? 0 of 12?
As the Emperor commands, I act.
Okay. Good. If you buy Dawn of War Remake, we can 1v1. That would be super fun, but I need some practice first. I don't want to get absolutely pummeled by a Dawn of War vet the moment that I turn the game on. As long as I can get a little practice first.
I'm not so sure. What is this foreboding?
Ja! Analyze
Anything
that.
else?
Okay. Man, these shots are just whizzing past my character's head, huh? It's too bad you can't Overwatch.
I have strategy.
Oh, my stomach's growling. I don't know if you can hear that, but it's pretty loud. Okay, shoot, I can't hit that guy. Well, Abelard's next, so I'll just buff Abelard again.
My gut tells me it's a bad idea.
Nope, can't even do that. Okay, well, I'll just end the turn, I guess. Now, what I'm hoping to do, I'm hoping to bait them towards me. I don't want to rush, because there's a lot of no man's land here between the tables. So if I rush ahead, then I don't want to risk getting shot, you know? I'd rather they just come to me so that they get stuck in no man's land, and then they're an easy hit. That's why I'm not advancing forward, if anybody's curious.
It will be done.
Kind of make that shot. That was a terrible shot. Nah, I'll just end that there.
Chaos guides me. I serve the ruinous powers.
Okay. Managed to bait one guy. Oh, that's gonna hit Abelard. Damn it! Oh, wait! Whoops. I had a two-handed range here. And I've been shooting a pistol. Practice won't change the outcome. We'll find out. We'll find out about that. Shoot. So I have to end that. Damn. Ooh. Damn, I could use this. I could use the lightning arc, but I hit Abelard. Sucks. You know what? Just hit Abelard. Well, no, wait. Okay, hold on. You know what? Just shoot. Shoot instead.
Was well.
Not bad. And increase dodge and parry.
Do.
That guy is still missing back there. Try this. Trash. Trash shots. Absolute garbage.
It's as good as done.
Absolute garbage shots, let me tell you.
Follow my lead.
I hope this crits. Nope. That's rough. Let's try this.
I will bathe this
Please crit.
battlefield in righteous
Please crit. Let's go. Let's go, dude. Okay, I don't think these guys are gonna move, so let me see if there's a way. I think I'm too far to hit if I'm over here. I'm gonna see if I can, like, move around somehow. But that heretic assailant does not want to move. There's not really much I can do.
I refuse. Who if not me?
Yeah, horrible shots. It's like, come on. You gotta hit something. There's no way a guy standing here, you have a pistol, there's no way you're gonna miss. There's no way. Surely. It's too far of a distance. Okay, I'm gonna risk it. I'm gonna play sweaty. Alright, shoot across the table, come on. That went significantly better than I was expecting. I didn't actually think it would take that guy out, but that's perfect. Oh, we do have a line of sight to that guy. Let's try it.
I'll do it.
We might be good. This might be the end. Let's go. Too easy, dude. See that? Too easy. An exact replica of the Von Valancius void ship sits on the pedestal. Labels indicate the main compartments and decks of the vessel. Amazing shots. Thank you, Bonzo. Thank you, thank you. But yes, welcome back. Okay. Let's see. But I really love the grid combat. There's just something. The cozy seating area is completely destroyed. Pieces of furniture and splinters are scattered everywhere, and dark stains cover the floor and upholstery. There's something about the grid shooting and like the cover-based system that I like a lot. I don't know what it is, but it just... There's something about it that I like a lot. You know? There's something about it. I always have a backup plan. That I like very much. It's just that feeling of like almost getting shot, but narrowly avoiding it. There's just something about it, you know? There's just something about it. All that. Got the goods from here. Nice. More goods. Oh, there we go. What is that? Multi-key. Universal lock-picking tool. Provides an additional opportunity to open a lock. An expendable item. Ah. Provides an additional opportunity to call out a machine spirit and interact with a device. That's pretty cool. What's this? Titles and authors are printed in gold on the spines of the books. The library contains works on Imperium theology, law codices, biographical sketches, and chronicles of the greatest military conflicts of the Cronus Expanse and Calixis sector. Very cool. Do you guys look at the keys on the keyboard when you type? Because I do. Now, I was supposed to learn proper hand placement for keyboard stuff when I was in elementary school. I didn't. So I'm like a two-finger typer with both hands. That's kind of how I type. So, anyways, Asbury has to, and Bonzo also looks at the keys. And Appy says depends on the keys. Thank you guys for validating me. I'm glad I'm not the only one. Because I know that for some people, they just don't look at the keyboard at all. They can type, but I can't. I don't. I need to look at the keys. I don't know where my hands are. Asbury says my typing etiquette is quite poor, so is mine. Bonzo says same. Samesies. Appy says brackets and numbers I need to look, but English in general is fine. You know how they have like the F and the J key are both have little like notches on them for you to know where your hands are placed? I don't use those. My hands are on the W, A, D keys at all times. Asbury says, I use about 3 fingers on each hand when I type. Fingers, or if I'm using 100% of my true power. So real. And period and commas I need to look to. I can type like stupid fast, but I can only do it if I'm looking at the keyboard, you know? Skill tests and interactions with the environment. To open the door, click on the icon above the cogitator. The character with the highest logic will make the skill test. If this test fails, the door will remain closed. A particularly bad result of a logic test can cause the door to become permanently stuck and impossible to open. That's not good. Bonzo says, I use 3 fingers on my left hand and 2 on my right. Ah! Left-handed spotted. Left-handed keyboard user spotted. Pinkies and thumbs are special guest appearances. This guy. Appy said I had to poop talk my teammate when I played League of Legends, so I had to type without looking. Oh, brother. Asray typed an incomprehensible sentence. That was me trying to say I'm gonna type the sentence without looking. It was pretty close. Hold on. Get ready, okay? I'm gonna
rise to the top.
I'm gonna do it too. You ready? Oh, not bad. My caps was on. Wait. The quick brown fox jumps over the lazy dog. Oh, I'm actually a lot more accurate than I thought. I'm actually a lot more accurate than I thought. LOL. This is me typing on the keyboard without looking. No way. Really? Could I always do this? I am evolving. I am evolving past the limitations of my mind. No way, dude. Like, we see his avatar look up. I'm just trying to look away. But did you know the sentence, the quick brown fox jumps over the lazy dog, is an example of a sentence that uses every letter in the English alphabet? The quick brown fox jumps over the lazy dog. So yeah, it uses every letter. That's the one I do when I'm testing my mic too. Not that it matters, but anyways. Alright, well. I guess I'm not like you guys after all. I mean, I still look. But it turns out that I don't need to look, so that's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. You know, you learn something about yourself every day. Let's just open normally, I guess?
Success is the only outcome I accept.
D100 system. Your character is about to make a logic skill test. In dialogue and during exploration, you will often make various skill tests, and their result might determine how successful your character's efforts are, make hidden dialogue options appear, or reveal new information. The success of the test is determined by rolling a 100-sided die. Each skill test has a difficulty of up to 100, including negative values. To succeed, you must roll a value equal to or less than the sum of both the stated difficulty and the value of the skill used for the test. For example, if you are attempting a test with a difficulty of -10, or for example, you are attempting a difficulty with you're attempting a test with a difficulty of -10. The higher a character's skill score, the easier it is for them to succeed on tests. Skill scores depend on the character's respective characteristic scores, skill advancement on level ups, and any bonuses the character's equipment might offer. To succeed on various tests during gameplay, develop different skills for your character and their companions. Okay. Well, we already unlocked it, so. Taku, you should play Typing of the Dead. Dude, did you know that, there's actually a free Warhammer game now for typing? I have it. I don't know if I downloaded it, but I added it to my library. Taku's the type of guy to take time out of his day to act relatable just to go on and prove he isn't. So true. I'll pin that one. So true. I'm not like you guys after all. I actually can type
Keep
without
your
looking.
wits about
So,
you.
you know? What's it like to not be me? I wouldn't know. So, anyways. Oh! The wearer gains 3 bonus to tech use. That's pretty cool. Let me put that on. That.
I won't stand for it.
What? Oh, right there. What? I'm relatable, guys. Just kidding. Let's try this.
Just as I planned.
Ho ho! Oh, restore power supply. Yeah.
That's how it's done.
Nope. You know, it said restore power supply, but everything seems darker now.
I always keep my options open.
Never mind. Strange. I bet somebody's gonna... We're gonna talk to somebody and they're gonna be like, can you restore the power? Never mind. It's already on. Whoops.
I always get the job done.
Whoopsie. The power's already on.
Success is the only outcome I accept.
Ooh. Oh! Two-handed shotgun. Wow. Well, that all. Finally, some gameplay. Finally, some real gameplay. I'm actually getting to loot stuff, fight stuff. Fine. Just what I've been looking for. Even so, my throat actually hurts. I'm talking way too much today. Let's see. Just as he planned. You know me. You know me, Bonzo. Asbury says, I have the dexterity issue that doesn't allow me full control over my thingies. The doctor referred to it as skill issue and prescribed me get good.
Always keep your eye on the prize.
Brother. Look at this guy. Oh, brother, this guy stinks. There's got to be a way to open this door without using a melt charge, you know? I know I have 5 of them, but surely you don't need to blow the door open, especially since I've been opening the doors this whole time, but whatever. I'll just save, just in case, and I'm gonna blow the door open. I hate when that happens. Oh boy.
Never doubt me.
Alright, well. We leveled up. One more time. Officer immediately grants an ally an extra turn with 2 AP and no MP. Super cool. If this ally is under the effect of a voice of command and kills an enemy before the end of the officer's turn, the ally gains a 1-time additional 6 momentum. This ability cannot be used on the same ally more than once per round. I'll take it. Let's see. Until the warrior's next turn, all incoming damage is reduced by -2, and the warrior gains 10 points of temporary wounds. Also cool. The operative removes all exploits from the target. What? The operative removes all exploits from the target, decreasing the target's dodge, parry, and armor by -15 plus exploits removed until the start of the operative's next turn. If this ability reduces the target's armor to 0, the operative removes only half of the exploits from the target. I feel like I'm reading a Pokemon card. That one was confusing. The soldier immediately removes the winded effect. Until the end of combat, the soldier gains the following bonuses. 10 ballistic skill, 15% crit damage, 5% crit hit damage. This ability becomes available after the soldier kills 3 enemies. The kill counter is not reset between rounds. Cool. Very cool. Alrighty.
I always have a backup plan.
I always have a backup plan. I always have a backup plan. What is that? A massive podium rises above the gap in the main temple. A bold architectural decision that could turn into a disaster with a well-placed shot. Oh. Cool. I'm, going off the beaten path here, as they say. See, here's what I don't understand. It says tech use 100%, so it's guaranteed, but there's a little 3 here, implying that I can only do it so many times.
That's how it's done.
So, is it? A fallen Stella has blocked the path to the lifts. You will have to look for another way to Ethelgard. Sorry, Edelthrad. I don't remember what his name was. Where the heck's in here? Oh, it's... Oh, helmet. Cool. I replaced the Yu-Gi-Oh card I had behind my phone with Pokemon. It was a red eyes black dragon before. Now it's Pikachu. Eek. Not just any holographic French. Very nice. Very nice indeed. Not just peak. French peak.
Attention to detail is the key to success.
The benches and even the cogitator, torn from its proper place, are stacked in a rough semblance of a barricade. Okay. I bet if I move forward, I can get into another fight. The roar of the flames rings in your ears and the choking smoke makes you cough and gasp for air. You instinctively recoil from the scorching heat, wiping your face. A moment later, a hazy silhouette forms in the raging wall of fire. You are surrounded by ear-splitting noise and screaming, yet you distinctly hear the sound of footsteps, and then you see the figure walk out of the fire toward you. It is Theodora von Valancius.
Are you lost, my heir?
Her expression is calm, terrifyingly so for someone whose body is engulfed in an inferno. One of her hands is resting on the hilt of her power sword, the other is raised in an inviting gesture.
An apparition. A sorceress apparition. Trickery of the warp.
Argenta goes as still as a statue, then slowly raises her weapon.
Sister, you will lower your weapon. Threatening the Lord Captain is outrageous.
Despite his commanding tone, Abelard does not sound too confident. He is staring at the rogue traitor, and you notice a muscle in his cheek twitching. Oui. These guys. This is impossible.
I doubt you are aware of the limits of what is possible. For your worldview is but an iota of what a rogue trader knows and sees. But I can tell that you would like me to share that knowledge with you. That power over reality. I can lead you out of these flames, show you a path, rid you of pain, and give you a weapon so that you may defeat your enemies. Decide.
Theodora watches you without blinking. Her snake-like gaze almost makes you forget about the fire searing you, leaving burns on your skin. Your mouth begins to salivate. Each word Theodora speaks is like music to your ears. The entity that now dwells in the deepest recesses of your mind is pleading, begging, demanding that you give her an immediate answer. And that answer can be nothing other than acceptance.
Do not listen to this abomination. If You... There is naught but his light in your heart. If you are resolute in your faith, then step into the flames. The Emperor protects. His faithful will not be deterred by either darkness or deceitful promises. Nor will the fire burn those who carry the torch of faith in their soul.
Now, I'm pretty sure I'd still get burned by a flame, but I mean, I don't fully understand the lore of 40k. I mean, I know a little bit, but I'm pretty sure I would still get burned, but, you know, it's fine. I'm confused because isn't stepping into the flame accepting the... Welcome into Radish. Welcome in. Good to see you for the first time on the channel. How are you? Welcome in. Everybody, we are in the presence of a celebrity. Just so you're aware. Just to be clear, you are in the presence of a celebrity. Everyone say hello to Radish. Welcome in. I'm not. That's a lie. I've seen that viewer count. And the sub count. That's a lie. Well, I mean follower count. Anyways, welcome in. Welcome in. Today we are playing Rogue Trader. We're kind of in the intro. I'm about 5 hours in so far. And it is amazing, I must say. But yeah, we're currently dealing with a betrayal. Currently. Let's see. Will not be deterred by either darkness or deceitful promises.
To the void with you. We need to follow Lady Theodora before we suffocate in this furnace.
The people! The survivors from the middle decks! We must help the crew! Lead them out! Find a way around!
Abelard looks back at the coughing and confused people around you. Over the roaring flames, you hear distant sounds, frightened voices, screams, muffled and distorted, as if there were a body of water between you and them.
Then we'll miss our chance to meet up with Edel. What are we waiting for?
Idira breaks off and starts coughing violently. Her knees buckle, and she looks like she is about to fall. Convictions. Sometimes your character will have to make tough decisions based on their values, interests, and goals. Such decisions affect their convictions. This can help in 3 directions: dogmatic, iconoclast, and heretical. Each includes 5 ranks. The higher the rank, the more zealously the character follows their convictions, and the more noticeably the world around them reacts to their actions and decisions. Promotion through the ranks of each of the 3 directions opens up access to new dialogue lines, events, unique abilities, and also changes the attitude of others towards your character. Also, some items can only be equipped by characters with certain convictions. When one of the conviction branches reaches rank 3, the votary, it becomes the character's main focus. When that happens, the other 2 conviction branches cannot be raised above rank 2, adherent. Your character's allies have convictions of their own as well. Radish says, I hope you're all having a wonderful day. I hope you are as well. Thank you for joining us today. Let's see. Quiet Saturday for me. EP day here. I am so tired. I just want a nap. That's how I've been feeling today. Like, right when stream started, I kind of just wanted to go back to sleep because I had just such a rough night's rest, but now that I'm getting into the game, I'm like wide awake, but my brain is kind of turning off. Bonzo says you passed the vibe check. So true. I tend to do more cozy stuff, so feel free to take a nap if you'd like to take a nap. Feel free to take a nap. Or lurk, or whatever it is you'd like to do. Just glad you're here with us. Let's see. I don't know what happened, but That's strange. Wait. Hold on. I don't know what's happening with my model tracking, but I'm looking the wrong direction. This is strange. Did I fix it? No, I didn't fix it. I don't know what's happening. It's fine. I'm not gonna bother to fix it. Okay. Let's see. So we could pick Dogmatic. The Emperor will guide the righteous on their path. Heretical. To accept the offer of health. Take the pain away, give me power. Or Iconoclast. Get the people off the bridge. I will not leave my people in harm's way. I don't know what Iconoclast means. Nope. No way. There's no way, dude. Welcome back to Lulu. It's been like 9 months, probably. Welcome back. Welcome back. It's good to see you again. Did you know? Did you know I still have the break screen? Anyways, welcome back. It's good to see you. Welcome back. Welcome back. Good to have you back. I hope things have been well. Feel free to update us on how your life has been. Welcome back. But yeah, the break screen's been the same for I don't even know how long. Pretty much whenever I ask you if I could use that image, it's been set ever since. But welcome back. Good to have you back. And life is boring, the end, that's good. It's better boring than chaotic, you know? But yeah, it's good to have you back. I hope you enjoy our bedtime story stream, almost. There's a lot of dialogue, just to prepare you all, for those that have just joined. There's a lot of dialogue, but I think it would make a good lurking. Not lurking, well yeah, but I think it would make a good, like, side monitor stream. Anywho. I'm really conflicted because I'm conflicted about this decision because I'm not sure. I mean, Theodora's here and wants us to step into the fire, right? I feel like that's bad. I mean, Theodora offered to help us, which that's heresy. I don't know. Iconoclast makes the most sense to me. To get the people off the bridge. I will not leave my people in harm's way. That makes the most sense to me. I think I'll go with Iconoclast. You look away, and the illusion breaks. The unbearable heat instantly makes your skin burn, and the voices of the people beyond the shroud of smoke grow stronger. And hopeful, once you and your companions rush back, barking orders and guiding the survivors. In your determination, you completely forget about Theodora, and when you turn your head, you see nothing but the bellowing fire. Fall back! We will go around! Go, go! Fall back! Go, go, go! I don't know what he means.
It go. The thing that was standing in front of us in the fire, I could have sworn.
To the same place all unholy visions go. Do you want to follow it, witch?
Damn. Unnecessarily hostile, but okay. I don't know if you can... You can't go this way. Maybe down the elevator or something? But this had a skill check, so I don't know why you would... Oh, no. Anywho, Lulu says forgot how to do things. No worries. Avatar's in the corner where I belong. I hope you enjoy. I hope you enjoy the corner. Thank you for sitting with me. I still don't understand how to use this map. Wait, hold on. Oops. How do you click and drag? Can't. There's loot there, but the game doesn't really tell you where to go. So I'm not sure if I know where to go. They said fall back, but come on. There's nothing back here. You know what? Just go back through the, maybe down here somewhere. I don't know. Can I? Oh, I can't even go back that way. So where do I go, man? Oh, that's right. This. Ah. It could turn into a disaster with a well-placed shot. Now, if only I knew how to shoot. I wonder if it's like Baldur's Gate, where you can just pick a skill and shoot.
Fate and fortune
Okay, there
favor
we
the
go.
bold.
I'm gonna try it. And I'm just gonna hope. I'm gonna hope it falls this way somehow. Sorry, I'm a little far behind on chats. How's Taku doing? I'm doing good. I gotta pee. I've been holding it for the past 30 minutes. But I'm doing good. For the most part. Doing pretty good. I am finally... Okay, so since you... In the time since we last spoke, I have been getting very into Warhammer. And it has taken over my whole life. It has become my personality. Warhammer games are what I do. I'm half joking, but also not really. Today's the first day of Rogue Trader, but I've been getting really into it. I'm thumbs upping. No one can see it, but it's super awesome. I'm enjoying Rogue Trader a lot. There's a lot of dialogue, so my brain is a little bit fried, but I'm gonna try to keep going for as long as I can until I can't think anymore.
I won't compromise my principles.
Can I not shoot that far? Wait. Okay, I think
The Emperor sets my path.
Argenta with her two-handed weapon, I imagine, could probably shoot that far. Nope.
This is unacceptable.
Well, this is an interesting turn of events. I'm gonna be honest, Chief. I got no clue where to go or what I'm doing. Oh, wait! Ah! Crash the platform. There it
Duty
is.
prevails.
Well, I had the right idea. The bridge over the lower deck is a passable alternative way to the rendezvous point must be found. You know, it would be so easy to just climb over this rather than whatever's happening here, but okay. I'll suspend my disbelief. Congrats on your new addiction. Thank you, thank you. I'm enjoying it very much.
Too late. We are too late. Or perhaps Edelthrad and his escort never made it here. Which would be even worse.
You led your people out of the fiery trap on the officer's deck and arrived too late to rendezvous with Edelthrad. Abelard throws up his hands in despair.
Or they could be fighting on the bridge as we speak. Without us.
Argenta grips her weapon.
My lord, I beg your pardon for interrupting. The people are asking for orders. You came back to save us. So now we will follow you through thick and thin.
The officer quickly bows.
To the bridge. If Edelthrad is there, then he requires immediate assistance. I say there is one thing that I find most troubling. The Lord Captain's Voxcasts. They are still coming in, even though it would make sense for Lady Theodora to be on the bridge right now, at the head of the counter-assault. I feel uneasy. What if the Lord Captain is besieged in her own chambers? With your permission, I suggest that we confirm for ourselves that she is not. We can use the same elevator that Lady Theodora and Maud headed for earlier.
Abelard turns to you. Oh, is that the lift? Or... Okay, I guess they're gonna go to Edelthrad, but I thought... Yeah, I thought the lift they used is this one. Or maybe it is. What's in here, though?
Always keep your eye on the prize.
I couldn't tag Appy, he must be gone. Appy's out there somewhere. Probably. And these are new, yeah. Well, the happy one is old. The rest of them are... the Taku what is maybe like 6 months old? And the other two are 3 months old? I can't remember. Relatively new in the grand scheme of things, I suppose.
What do we have here?
Nope. Secret door. That. A secret door, you say?
This could be an opportunity.
There's another door. This clearly does not serve as a stateroom. The generator's machines and crude wall paneling indicate that it is a maintenance module room rather than an area for receiving guests. Let me see what's behind this door.
Keep your wits about you.
Machine right set. Lex Mechanics goggles. Grants 3 logic. I'll take... Oh, wrong button. I'll take that. Not you. I want the cool stuff. That doesn't work with... Yeah, I'm gonna take that off just to be more aesthetically pleasing. Is this... Okay, well... This, And it looks like a bug. This helmet is so goofy. That's fine. Whatever. It's fine. Okay. But yes, Lulu's back. I remember when Taku was like, do you prefer to be called Lucy or Lulu? And Lulu was like, my friends call me 143, and I didn't get it. 143? What do you mean? Proceeds to not understand part of the name. Plasma conduits blaze with energy capable of powering a vast ship. Where does the 143 come from?
Have a backup plan.
He says, not reading. Okay. Let's go to the captain's quarters. Tis true. Classic Taku. Tis true. Me? Reading? Never. I've never read a day in my life. Okay. Now we need to find Theodora von Valancius. Oh, pretty nice place you got here, huh? Oh, that's a dead guy if I've ever seen one. I guess we can head this way first? Surely there's something to see over here. Also, first off, recycle the water on a ship. Kind of wild. But second, is that a bong? What is this? I'm looking at a bong. But second, why would you put all these like cushiony stuff right next to your water? It's like a recipe for mold. Why?
Rise to the top, or get left in the dust.
Nothing in here either. Kind of wild. Oh. Captain, no! She didn't like us. So, I don't really feel this loss, but I'm just kidding. Well, I'm not really kidding. She was unpleasant. Okay, the parlor organ seems to have been sitting idle for many years. It's really strange that I'm, like, looking this way. Wait, maybe if I, like... I might be able to fix this problem, actually. Maybe if I just move my... That make it better or worse? I don't know. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna take a quick bathroom break. And I'll be right back. How's that sound? Quick bathroom break. What is this? MGR4... Or Metal Gear 4 R clap. What is this? Anyways, I'll be right back. Quick bathroom break. BRB. Hey, what are you doing? I see a little bit of questionable activity happening here. Yes. What is this emote? The fox with the cookie? The clap? Insane. Yeah, I'm back. Anywho. Let's see. Just gonna blame Lulu. Anyways. I'm back. Here's the plan. I think we're really close to the end of the intro. So I'm gonna keep going until I finish the intro. Because if I have to come back to this another day, I don't know if I can. I don't know if I'll understand what's happening. You have found an item that can only be equipped by characters of a certain conviction rank. You can open the character menu to see which conviction your character follows. Note that both your character and their companions have their own convictions. You can check what conviction a character adheres to on the biography tab in the character menu. Convictions change in direction and rank based on the game's story how the game story develops and during important plot decisions. Rogue Trader's cloak. I'm just looting her room. She's dead. Quick, take all her stuff. Oh. Theodore's rosary. Nice. Nothing to see here, officer. I feed it cookies to give it life. Oh, brother. Yes. Officer, it was Asbury's fault.
I know how to take risks.
How could Asbury do this to us? You know? I can't believe Asbury would just act like this. That's crazy. The murder scene looks like something... What? Theodora von Valancius's body is sprawled on the large blood-drenched desk. The arch-militant's corpse, still clutching a weapon, is slumped against one of the bulkheads.
Emperor, accept thy faithful souls.
The Sister of Battle surveys the scene, her gaze lingering on the arch-militant's body.
Lord Captain, I didn't hear a thing. Not a whisper, not a breath. It was so loud. Why didn't I foresee this?
Hold on, I gotta fix my model. Okay, I think I fixed it. I think we're good now. I might have incriminated him. This guy. Adira's heart-rending scream shakes the walls. She collapses to her knees, her body shuddering as she weeps.
Lord Captain, who would even dare? Unless that rat, Voidsphere.
Abelard, stunned, takes a few steps forward and leans heavily on the edge of the desk. His eyes are locked on Theodore's body. Almost certainly he loathed Theodora, or I doubt it, Voigtavir wished humiliation and suffering upon Theodora, not a swift death. I don't agree with either of these. I don't fully know what Voigtavir wanted. I think Voigtavir wanted the rogue traitor role, but I don't think he necessarily didn't like Theodora. I'll just say nothing.
How could Mort have failed her so terribly? The Arch-Militant was born on a death world. He had lightning-fast reflexes.
I can look at things in my own way. If you find something that might bear the imprint of the killer, just give it to me, and I'll try to see what secrets it holds.
Adira sobs and gets up. She glances around, looking lost. Examine Theodora's body. You lean closer to the body. The cause of death is apparent. What ended the rogue trader's life was an auto pistol shot, an extraordinarily accurate one at that. Theodora's face bears an expression of surprise, the last emotion she experienced in life. Let's see. I'm back. Welcome back. You've given us all abandonment issues. And Lulu apologizes. I'll try, but I did have to go BRB to find food. Guys, so need to step out. Alright, Lulu. I need to buy milk. Alright, Lulu. Well, until next time, Lulu. We shall miss you. Goodbye, Lulu. Have a wonderful time in things. Something on the floor catches your eye. A heap of blood-splattered parchments and scrolls that must have fallen off the desk. As you lean down for a closer look, you notice something else. Small shards of glass scattered on the floor. Adira, would you try touching Theodora? You might be able to see the killer through her eyes.
It doesn't work like that. I can try to read the memories of objects, but dead bodies are a different story. Something like that would require her soul. And after what we saw on the officer's deck, I won't risk searching for it in the warp.
Oh, by forever, I mean later. Bye-bye, Lulu. Bye-bye. Have a good day. Have fun buying the milk. Idira, what do these shards tell you? Oh.
I see streaks of color, luminescence, blue lights, faces drawing closer. Lady Theodora and Conrad and what is that? Ah! Something dark, enormous. Oh, this glass thing was something foul, that's for sure.
Idira scoops up a handful of shards and clenches them in her fist with such strength that blood starts dripping on the floor. She shakes her head. She shakes her hand, looking frightened.
Tainted witchcraft.
You cannot tell if Argenta's remark is directed at the glass shards or Idira herself. Let's inspect the shards by the desk. It is difficult to say what exactly was broken. The object fell on the floor, and that is as much as you can ascertain. Upon closer examination, the shards appear iridescent rather than completely transparent, as if they had been submerged in promethium. And promethium is a broad term for combustible fuel in the Imperium of Man. Let's inspect the papers. Reports, accounts, dispatches. You go over the scrolls until you stumble upon a document that is starkly different from the rest. It is a handwritten letter signed with the initials X.C. and a seal with a symbol that is vaguely familiar to you. Items received, handwritten letter with a seal. But what's in the letter? Lower Imperium test succeeded, and sends a shiver down your spine. The author of this letter, addressed to Theodora von Valentius, signed it with the seal of one of the holy ordos of the Emperor's Inquisition, the secret police of the Imperium that relentlessly hunts heretics, Xenos, and other enemies of humanity. And the Inquisition is a secret organization tasked with hunting down the myriad threats to the stability of the Imperium and all mankind. Examine the arch-militant's body. What the heck happened up there? An auto-pistol shot went straight through Mort's forehead, spraying the floor and the furniture around with blood, brain matter, and shards of his skull. The safety on the arch-militant's weapon is off. The killer must have been a split second quicker than he. We had best be on our way.
Yes, the crucible of battle calls to me once more.
No, wait! We must see if we can find anything!
Idira, you can't bring her back. Let her go.
Abelard lays a hand on her shoulder.
You'd give up so easily, old man? I expected as much from the sister. It's not like she has a heart. But you? Oh no. I'll get to the bottom of this. I'll find the one responsible for murdering the Lord Captain. And when I do, that scum will regret the day they were born.
Idira clenches her fists. The murder scene looks like something caught the victims by surprise. No one had time to react to what was happening. Interesting.
Miscalculations are for commoners. I don't make mistakes. I make profitable learning experiences.
Profitable learning experiences. A bizarre fragment hung on a trophy board. The light, smooth surface of the object is dotted with dark spots and crumbling holes. Yeah, what is that? Interesting.
I always keep my options open.
There's some shards of glass here. My guess is that maybe some kind of display case was broken. Maybe that's what the shards of glass are. Maybe it's a display case and... Oh.
Challenges make the spoils that much sweeter.
Let the blood flow.
But that's unexpected. Oh, thankfully this combat servitor is only half health already. Anyway, like I was saying, I think maybe Theodora had some kind of artifact on her desk in a glass case, and that's what the glass is. Because we're not sure where the glass came from, so I imagine that it probably didn't come from a window, because we'd know, right? You break a window, you'd know, but you break a glass case, if the whole thing is glass, then maybe it's harder to tell. So who knows what was taken? But I'm gonna put myself back here. Abelard. The deer are back there. We'll try this, I guess. See if that works good. Light and medium armor. Armor protects the character from incoming damage. Light and medium armor types are both available to you at the moment. The armor stat indicates what percentage of incoming damage from an enemy attack it can absorb. The type of armor also influences the chances that the character wearing it will pass a dodge test. The higher the dodge penalty, the lower the chance to dodge an enemy attack. A character in light armor dodges attacks more often but takes more damage when hit. Medium armor absorbs more damage if the character is hit, but reduces their mobility and ability to dodge attacks. Some talents allow characters to use different types of armor more effectively. You have obtained heavy armor. Unlike light and medium armor, heavy armor provides the ability to deflect damage. Deflection is a unique heavy armor stat that reduces damage taken by a specified flat amount. Heavy armor has a higher armor rating than medium and light armor, but also usually has a higher dodge penalty, making it harder to dodge an enemy attack while wearing it. Only characters with heavy armor proficiency talent can wear heavy armor.
Indeed.
Okay. I'll try and
At your beck and
endure.
call.
Not bad, not bad.
Victory is imminent.
Okay. Brace for impact is up. Now I will switch weapons and do one of these. Ice crystals appear in the air? How did that happen?
I'll make it happen.
Nice. Let's go, dude. Perfect. Okay. And let me finish up my turn, I guess. Enemy status. You will encounter enemies with various abilities and features. An icon next to the enemy's portrait indicates that they are under the influence of some kind of effect. Click right mouse button on the effects icon to see more details. If you wish to learn more about an enemy, click right mouse button on their portrait or the enemy themselves. Okay. Appy says, I forgot to play Darktide and start screaming. Alright. I will probably get to Darktide after shopping today.
Faith without deeds works.
Dude. 4 shots. All of them missed. That's crazy. That is insane. Absolutely baffling. Let's see. Absolutely baffling.
Very well.
I feel like this staff is really overpowered.
No can do.
What? Target is under the effect. Effect of what? What? What am I trying to apply? I suppose. Try that.
Not the scryer's
Oh.
job.
What? No! Gains 2 exploit. There we go. Not bad. Should be fine. Oh, he doesn't have a flamethrower, does he? Oh! Okay. Well, he does, but I think we're okay. Let me get behind him.
Tried and tested tactics are the best ones.
You can gain a better understanding of what transpired in combat by checking the combat log. All actions performed by your character, their companions, and enemies are recorded in the combat log in the bottom right corner of your screen. Click a right mouse button on an event or action to learn more about it. Dude, my voice is going. I'll defend. Shoot. You know what? No.
My gut tells me it's a bad idea.
No! Here, let's try this.
Let's make some opportunities.
See if I can get
It will be
Abelard.
done. Target well struck.
Abelard to do a bunch of damage. Okay.
As the
Try
Emperor
one
commands, I act.
That was trash. That was trash. Damn, and now he's too close.
Rookies!
My bad.
That is not my destiny. But of course. Will do.
Okay. What is this? Oh, momentum. Dude.
What is the ringing?
I don't know how Abelard dodged that one.
That's not the Seneschal's job. Grey hair, sure hand.
Okay.
Target well struck.
Things are looking up.
Your end was inevitable.
Nice. That guy had so much health. We already leveled up so many times this stream. Officer grants an ally an extra turn with full AP and MP. During the extra turn, there is no attack limit. Nice. the thumbs up like recommended or something? Armor of Contempt sounds good to me. Oh, dude, there's so many. Okay, recommended features. I think I'll just go with recommended. Because there's a lot of stuff here. Hmm. This is rough, man. I'm not sure what I want. I don't know why this one's not, wait. Armor of Contempt sounds broken. Oh, no. It's whenever an ally is affected by officer's ability or talent that grants temporary wounds. Armor is increased by 10. That's why it's not recommended. Okay. Then I understand now. All of these are kind of whatever, though, right? Hmm. Dude, there's so many to read. I'll just look through recommended. There's too many to read. I think Inspire Courage should be fine. Okay. Is this game not American? In what way? You're talking about the reading bit? Americans read? What is this chat? Welcome back to Lulu. Lulu's got the milk. The warrior immediately restores all AP and MP and gains 3 MP until the end of the turn. They do not lose MP after performing attacks. The warrior has no limit on melee weapon attacks this turn. That's pretty broken in a good way. That sounds good. Contempt. The operative immediately inflicts 1 exploit on all enemies in combat, then makes a free attack against a target. That attack always hits. Until the end of combat, the target of this attack suffers 30% damage, 30% penalty to dodge, and 30% penalty to armor. Not bad. This one more damage. That's pretty cool. Ooh, that sounds good. Damage. being able to expose weakness for 0 action points is, that sounds very useful to me. The soldier gains the ability to make a number of extra attacks equal to their weapon's rate of fire, minimum of 2, using the weapon's attack that normally costs the least AP. These attacks do not spend AP. Until the end of the soldier's run, their first attack against each new enemy automatically scores a critical hit. The soldier immediately reloads their current weapon. Huh. Interesting. Okay, I'm gonna do exploit surroundings. Cover efficiency is increased by 10% per full and 20% per half. That sounds really good to me. Okay, let me save so I don't have to read that again. That was a long one. Oh, who developed the game? I'm not sure, to be honest with you. Back with no milk, which means I have to pick that up eventually. No. Chat behaving as always, so true. They spelled it Armor. The British developed it. I don't know. Maybe. Maybe. I don't actually know. Collect all that. Okay. I think we've cleared the area. It's just weird that there's two giant rooms that just have nothing in it. I mean, I'm assuming that the ship becomes ours, so we'll probably be able to use this room later, but for now it's a little strange. Oh. Wait, what time is it? Oh! Like an hour past when I was supposed to end. Shoot. I wanted to get through the whole intro, though, but my brain is fried, man. It was fried like an hour ago. Here's what we'll do. I think I'll just save again. And, what was I saying? I think I'm gonna end here for today. I'm gonna leave the door open for the potential to play this tomorrow. If not, I'm probably gonna make this Monday's game. I am getting really into it. But then it kind of conflicts with deliver at all costs. But I think I'm gonna put this on the schedule for next week. And Lulu says, no, let me leave first. I need to go out and buy milk. It's too late. I've gotta go. I gotta go help my mom, so. Thank you all for joining me today for a wonderful Rogue Trader time. I had a lot of fun, and I definitely want to keep playing this. And I think it makes a really good, like, a good game. A good side monitor kind of stream, you know? Something to just, like, passively listen to as the story unfolds. But thank you all for joining me. I'm going to try to raid out. I'm just going to announce this early because I keep forgetting sometimes. Let me see who we can raid. Ooh. This one's tough. Lavi's got a VTuber debut, though. The special event. I'm gonna put you guys in Lavi's one for today, because Lavi is having a VTuber debut. Alrane. Okay. Well, thank you guys for joining me. I'll be back, but if I'm not, just blame Taku for some reason. Okay. Thank you all for joining me today. Thank you to Appy, Mandy, Lulu, and Asbury, and Radish, Spat, Snipey, 12, Bonzo. I said Asbury already, right? Thank you guys for joining me. I'm going to raid Lavi since Lavi's having a VTuber debut. Very special occasion. And I'll see you guys in the next stream, whenever that will be, either tomorrow or on Monday. Have a wonderful night, everyone, and I'll catch you guys in the next stream. Good night, everybody. Thanks for joining. Good night.